I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic with this logic, you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic.
I'm built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah. I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it. You know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic. Keep them out your face, no way, you don't want them, yeah.
Don't try to drain my energy. The enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me. I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this. Freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus. Living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you seek greatness? Trust me, you can take it. Go on and take your aim.
I'm built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, went upstairs and fucked her.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Stop bouncing me. Yay!
I'm in Miami right now. I'm in Miami right now. I've been after your file. I'm on Ocean Drive. I'm in Miami. In Miami right now. I've been after your file right now. On Ocean Drive right now. That's on my mama. I'm in Miami. I go to the window, so I'm going to Cali. I said I'm too official. I'm out with them niggas. I said, man, the rapper on the city, that nigga, he rigging. We pull out with them guns. You know me in the real. Well, mama pays, I that I'm a zeal. Yeah, I can't look like an AP and never squill. Whenever on my mouth, cause that's what I'm too real. Yeah, I'm in the East Coast, I'm living life for real. Why the fuck you can hate it? I ride you to chill. You gon' really piss me off, and I'ma pull up on the steel. I'ma pull up on the drink, go and get your ass killed. Man, stop camming, cause I'm fucking wicked. I pull up to your city, tell me your location, bitches. You know we fuck that shit. My youngest know you killing. I wanna grind, got money on my mind, no money on my wrist, so I can tell the time. You know I'm rapping the job and I'm trying to eat. All around the world I'm doing shows, I really come to eat. Hey, they trying to play on me, I swear I'm doing my shit. One by my time I was poor and I ain't have shit. Every day I'm just riding by the same outfit. I done came up, I'm switching cars, yeah, I'm switching shit. These niggas mad at me, ain't wanna call me. I'm in Miami right now, I'm up on South Beach. I'm living large, I'm living life. They know me, wanna take my life. Yeah, it's on my mama. I'm in Miami, I'm out there doing the video shooting, going to Cali. I'm on my mama, and I'm in Miami right now. I'm in the 305, yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. Pull up with a red car, my life is on now. They wanna play with me, they wanna clone me. I'm bad bitch, Latino, she wanna sleep with me. I'm in the 305 right now. I'm in Miami right now. On Ocean Drive right now. I'm in Miami right now. I'm in Miami. I'm in the 305. 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 I'm in Miami right now. Yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. I'm in Miami right now. Yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. Yeah, and the front car. Yeah, don't look at me. I'm the youngest in the game. You can't beat me. Cause I'm that nigga from the bottom. Dude, I will never change. Diamonds on my hoodie. I got diamonds on my chain. I'm in this song. No, that's right. Ain't no game. Yeah. In Miami right now. And the 305. Yeah.
Curry weaving through traffic. Jalen Wells is not leaving Curry's body. And Steph behind Draymond hitting a three. And that's 13 years of playing together. Memphis 6 of 9, Warriors 5 of 8. High-level offense. Curry again. Steph's got a three.
He's got that look in his eyes.
No Kuminga, no GP2 tonight. So the Warriors are down some bodies at the wing position. Shot clock at 3, over 80. Curry's got another three.
Seconds to work with here, but look, you got Edie on Steph, just a subtle little step back. Edie's like, okay, I can back up a tiny bit and use my length.
And he's kind of moved up in the rotation. Jay Huff from Virginia will also be one of the backup bigs. Steph, how hot am I? He's yet to miss. 5 of 5 from the field. Butler again inside. Draymond set that ball screen. Steph's got another three.
That's so good.
Man, it's fun to watch Draymond Green and Steph Curry work together. The Warrior lead now down to 2. Curry, he shot that from Nashville. Drop it in a 3. Steph's got 6 made threes.
So this is Steph's long 3. Like, Aldama turned his back on him. You can't turn your back on the greatest shooter that's ever lived.
Draymond just picked his pocket. Draymond Green took it away. And then leading the break, Curry somehow caught it and hit a 3. That went from turnover to triple. Final 33 seconds. And Curry, deep 3. He's got 8.
That's on defense, too. Just give it to him. He's close to the hash over there. Well, this is the start the Grizzlies would have wanted in this third quarter.
Steph an open 3. Curry with 9 threes. Again, the NBA record is 14. Warriors had a 17-point lead in this game. From the second quarter on, Memphis has been the better team. Curry has been the better player. Steph for the three. He's got 10. Curry doing everything tonight. Beautiful steal. Wanted that three in transition. Step back and got it. Okay. He's got 11 made threes.
Rebounding teams in the league, too. They're showing it. This is Steph Curry. Pump fake. Turns Scottie Pippen Jr. around. Look at him smiling.
Late night crew. Fuck going on, man? Shout out to that boy Wardell Stephen Curry Jr. I needed it tonight, boy. The Joker my ass, nigga. We got all the smoke for the Western Conference right now, nigga. We got all that smoke, nigga. Oh, this ain't new, Lefty. I got this when I went to the Chase Center last summer. It just felt appropriate to put on this evening. A tough back-to-back. We are fighting for seed, and they said we wasn't even gonna make the fucking playoffs. We might be playing home court advantage first round. And then the second round, we might go to this city called Oklahoma City. But as I get ready to take off my warm-ups to check in the game, say what's up to your boy. Shout out to my Dubs. Let's go, Warriors. Cam, what's happening? Kendra, Princess Diana, what up? Janice, Bob, we back outside. Congratulations to the Phillies going up, giving us our first loss. Scared the fuck out of you at the end, though, didn't we? Sitting on that 3-0 all game, we got a little nervous there at the end. Yeah, that's what we do, though. It's not easy to beat us. Shout out to my Dodgers. Holly, what up, though? Big, Lefty. Rule number 5, we are back outside. Miss George, what up, though? Mama Love. Meek, what's goody in the hoodie? James, what's happening? James is on the list. Potato Gaming's on the list. We only got 3 hoodies left, bro. Y'all motherfuckers are crazy. But all of that dumb shit, I'm with it. Carefree, what up, though? DJ, are we back outside? I believe we are. Better try again. I see you. Boy, do we have a crazy show for you this evening. That nigga Terrence Howard, bro, is... Terrence Howard. I don't have no other way to explain this nigga. Man, we played such a tough game on the road last night, and to come home to the Bay and get that dub against the Joker tonight, oh, it was Wardell. Shout out to Draymond Green. Shout out to James G. Buckets, also known as Jimmy Butler. Shout out to Pods. Moses Moody. Man, we look good in the motherfucker. Is he Terrence Howarding? Oh boy. It's an understatement. The shit he said about Diddy. Reality Check TV, Chicago, my brother in Christ. Standing hard against yo-yos. I love it. It's good to see you, my brother in Christ. I did not get to hit you this week, but it's because it got crazy. I will be calling you this week so we can chat it up. Shout out to all my Dalton family, bruh. This has been a crazy motherfucker week. What up, Liquid? Friday is here. Friday's amongst us. It's the 4th day of the 4th month, which is known as April to some of you fools. I don't even know if we're gonna have another topic tonight. I really don't. This Terrence Howard thing might eat it up. Pause. That Terrence Howard just might be the show. But I do want to say something about this no jumper thing right quick. I guess shout out, man, why would I shout out Tiffany Henry? She don't fuck with me. She can still come talk to me now to come try to, clear the air, but nigga, ego is a massive thing to have. You have to remove your ego to be any type of leader. And it's hard. I ain't saying it like it's easy. That shit hard. It is hard to put your ego out of the way. I mean, when you're an egomaniac. Not saying that motherfuckers are, but I'm just saying, if you are one, it's going to be tough. Kendra, I hope that throat is still progressing in the right way. Mob, what's happening? I would shout out the Beat Squad, but there might be some more anal reconstruction business going on. That makes 4. I'm about to set a world record for the amount of times anus reconstruction is ever said on a YouTube live stream. This is first of all, I want to give an update on Mom. She is progressing even more. Like, bro, she's the strongest lady I've ever known in my life. Like, I don't say that lightly. I don't say that to gas. I just say it because I just sit back like, damn, bro. Just sit back and say, damn. And, God is great. That's the overall assessment of everything. I'm beyond grateful. I think I just got maybe 2 songs tonight. And that's okay. I would have more. It's Friday night, but bro, we got to get to this Terrence shit. I do want to say something about No Jumper before I play this song. Loose Cannon and Brick Baby, y'all in PC, right? How the fuck y'all in the same cell? Why would they put niggas in the same cell that's on an indictment together? Y'all, they got y'all in the same, not just the same block, y'all in the same cell? You niggas are in PC. Brick Baby and Loose Cannon are in Loose Cannon. They said you just did a proffer, and I heard your bullshit excuse. Yeah, I can't do a proffer. I'm like, how I'm gonna do a proffer, and I ain't even been transferred yet. Easy, nigga. They come put you in a room and give you a proffer. You ain't gotta be on no certain location for that. You niggas is PC'd up. I mean, obviously, so they can record them. They gonna be recorded regardless. These niggas is PC'd up. I need somebody else to vouch where these niggas is at. I know they together. I heard Loose Cannon on the phone. Loose Cannon passed the phone to Brick Baby. I said, nigga, what the fuck is this? This nigga is still sitting on the phone. And what's that bitch name? Sharice Mills? Hey, Loose Cannon, the way she gonna dog your ass out. One of the homies is probably dicking her down right now. That bitch I'm sorry. Wife or not, nigga, she cannot be trusted, nigga. She a clout demon. Yeah, I'm gonna have all my prayer warriors praying. Yo, prayer warriors, you're a clout demon. She already putting her face in the thumbnail. She done put her name in the title of the channel. All this shit, nigga, already. Nigga, you ain't even been gone a month. Sophia, KS Dub. These motherfuckers, bro. Sorry, bro. Let me do. We gonna get to this Terrence Howard shit. Loose Cannon got a whole ass proffer from what I hear. The street said this nigga done already signed a proffer. And then he on the phone, he was like, just because I don't like Big U, don't mean I'm a snitch on him. So I'm like, so you on a federal phone letting it be known that you have information on Big U. That's dry snitching. To be on a federal phone, a federal prison phone talking about some, just because I don't like a nigga don't mean I'm a snitch on him. You just let everybody know you got shit to snitch. Sweetie! Sweetie! That sounds like the catchphrase of a snitch. What'd you say? Marshmallow, mayonnaise, sweet and sour sauce, ketchup, tomato paste. All of that soft shit, nigga, that's you. Soft serve, yogurt, Greek yogurt. Sweetie! That sound like a nigga that's telling. On Rolling 6-0 on SC. His wife trying to be like, how the fuck, man, we might have to listen to that. We might have to listen to that call first. This motherfucker like, how the fuck am I gonna do a proffer? How is he gonna do a proffer and he ain't even where he's supposed to be transferred at? I was like, you act like the police don't have cars, nigga. Like the motherfucker, the police got cars and shit, nigga. What's wrong with y'all niggas, bro? I heard, bro, we might have to listen to that Brick Baby and Loose Cannon phone call, nigga, because them niggas sound like they was in PC. I heard what Loose Cannon sounded like the other day. It was loud in there and shit. I was like, oh, he in Gym Pop. He was on the phone. This shit was loud in the motherfucker, everything. Then he on the phone with Brick Baby. Is quiet than a bitch. At best case scenario, Loose ain't the police. Loose is just a patsy. Brick the police. Cause if they not in PC together, then that means I guarantee you Brick Baby either got himself to where Loose is or got Loose to where he's at. It was not the other way around. If they not in PC, Brick Baby called that shot. Brick Baby made that happen somehow. Son of a brick lady. Here the fuck we go. On the dead homies on Rolling 6-0. Neighborhood Eastside Crip on SC. All of that shit, nigga. That nigga passed the phone to Brick Baby, bro. I ain't gonna lie, nigga. I was like, nigga, that shit took me, what they call it, having yourself taken aback. Yeah, that was me, nigga. On the dead homies. And look, I got to get a couple things out of the way before, you know what? I'm going to get a couple things out of the way before we go to Terrence Howard. Because first of all, I got to do this Brick Baby call. And then I got a white people issue. Yeah, white people. Mm-hmm. Yep. We got to talk. I saw some shit today, and I'm so upset with y'all. Bro, when I tell y'all niggas I'm so mad at y'all, bro, the shit I saw. And look, before y'all even try it, ain't getting ready to be none of that. That ain't us. Nah, nigga, that's y'all. You show me one nigga that do it, I'll let y'all have it. Everybody do it. But I got a feeling you not going to be able to find one. And look, it's okay, white people. We as niggas, we see shit all the time. We like, damn it, why did you do that where white people could see? Well, this is one of y'all moments where it's like, damn it, why did you do that shit somewhere where niggas can see? Matter of fact, I'll show you before I play my song. I'll knock one of them out before I play my song. Yeah, I'll knock this one out before I play my song, because you know, Rick is so wild and has went so far over the deep end. Yeah, bro, y'all think I'm playing too? I would ask y'all a question, but I don't even want to spoil this shit. I want y'all to be as taken aback as me. I hope y'all ready. And then I'll play my song. Liquid in the Cup, what time? Ladies, we breaking out the motherfucking Methuselah. Hey, what up? Who you said Tim ain't no buster. I bet his wife got black bear cheeks. Well, good evening, Billy Ho. You better have a jumper with a name like that. That's non-negotiable. What up, everybody? It's your boy DJ NV. Flipping NJ. Y'all going to prison.
Tactical nuke incoming!
White people, back to y'all. I just want to know what the fuck is this? When did y'all start doing this? When did y'all start doing this? What up, JB? When y'all start doing this?
Dirty Socks ice cream? What's that? Now, I know good and caucastic well you not about to...
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness. Let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know? And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Why must y'all always take it to that next level? Why? Why do y'all have to take this shit so fucking far? Sweetie! I know we do anything for clout, but apparently so do y'all. Oh my Lord, bro. The new Black Sox scandal. It only took a little over 100 years to get the new Black Sox scandal. And her cow pie business made from cow pot. You talking about reefer made from cow manure? I hope they open the trap door. See, that's what they need on Shark Tank. They need a trap door for when shit's so bad that they hit a trap door and they literally fall into an actual tank of sharks.
I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
Flower pots made from cow manure, just as bad. I'm with you, bro.
Lord have mercy.
Please don't put God in this. Do not involve God in this. Dawn, what's up? Annie B, we outside. What the fuck? Dirty Socks ice cream. Why? Why? You know what? Fuck it, bro. Let's get ready for work.
Port of Miami, important to Candy. Ain't got nothing to lose. It's important to family. Never traffic for fun, only traffic for fun. All I seen was the struggle. It's like I'm trapped in the sun. Mortgage were barely paid, no water, we barely paid. It better be better days on the way. That's on my dad's grave. I'm pushing it hard, I'm pushing it south. If he pushing a lie, he pushing for hours. I waited and waited. I done ran out of patience. They hated and hated, left them slow dancing with Satan. Fresh in my white tee, Mac 11, swear to God, I bought my first block, broke it down and tore the block apart. I push and I push, I ride and I ride, trying to survive on 95. Put it all on the line, at the drop of a dime. I be pushing them wheels, 3 at a time. I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it. I gotta push it to the limit. I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it. I gotta push it to the limit. I handle dope like a vandal off the banana boat. Bananas in my rifles, no ciphers. I'm just a man to know. I paid dues, my moves done made news. I'm smooth, my suede shoes, they new like Ray Foods. Nobody used to speak, now everybody wave. You dunk your mama house, you set your sister straight. I'm building a dream with elevators in it. Tell her make the linen, no gators got on my head. I see you suckers. I see you clear. I know you see me in that phantom whiter than veneers. Allergic to broke, determined to blow. On the boat we hit the work in detergent and soap. Ship it from Haiti, baby, I'm whipping them babies. Let it dry, let it try to whip a Mercedes. Arranging my range, I can arrange a parade. You gotta push it to the limit, you wanna be paid. I push and I push, I ride and I ride, trying to survive on 95. Put it all on the line, drop of a dime. I be pushing them wheels, 3 at a time. I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it. I gotta push it to the limit. I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it. I gotta push it to the limit. We started my new, the money matured, my money secured. I got bunnies in Europe, my bubble be pure. It costs like 100 a pull. The world is yours, 100 million and more. Now I run the streets, they all mine. 12 years overdue, call it due time. I told you never roll on the soul of a soldier. You never know that dishwasher may be your beholder. Whoever thought that fat girl would grow into Oprah, or that boy Rick Ross a remote in the culture. I push and I push, we breaking the mold. We push and we push, we raping the hole. I push and I push, I ride and I ride, trying to survive on 95. Put it all on the line, drop of a dime. I be pushing them wheels, 3 at a time. I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it. I gotta push it to the limit. I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it. I gotta push it to the limit.
Don't you see me on a hustle?
Where you at?
I ain't shit. I was on my third dance.
Right now,
Nigga, what you think I can just run up in here and snap my fingers and make these motherfuckers throw their money at me?
Hey, bitch, watch your mouth.
Nigga, I ain't even made payout yet.
Walk that trick, 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 walk that trick. I'ma make these suckers recognize I ain't playing ho. If you violate off the top trick, you gotta go. I done held in a lot of shit, and I'm about to flip. Now I think it's time to show you bitches who you fucking with. DJ, that's the name, and I came to bring the pain. Anna on my chest, got me busting at you lemon lanes. Yeah, I know, you fucking with a street nigga. From the gutter pimp type / drug dealer. Born and raised in that Memphis, Tennessee. Before it's said and done, you bitches gon' remember me. This only the beginning, I got a lot to say. It's been a long time, and you got hell to pay. Ain't no love, ho, just bring it to the door. I bar none, let my nuts hang to the floor. So if you want some, this is your death wish. Better come correct, because I came to break you off trick. Walk that trick, 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 walk that trick.
Late night crew. Shout out to all my white people eating dirty sock ice cream this evening. It feels so good to be Friday. I hope you feel the same way I do. I know y'all want me to change the screen, but I can't. I'm glad you're here, Chadrick. Chadrick, are you related to this guy right here? Y'all kind of got the same eyes and the same build. Chad, do they eat dirty socks ice cream in Utah? Nah, now you don't know him. You don't know this nigga. Okay. I understand. Yeah. Y'all niggas, fraud niggas, that's that shit I don't like. Dirty socks, ice cream, not inside my own life. I've never seen this guy before. White people, get on record. Do you know this nigga? One for yes, two for no. I want y'all motherfuckers on record before I find out your niggas is lying. MC Heavyweighter, what up, cuz? Oh, y'all don't know this nigga. Okay. Y'all don't know him. Bet. Bet. Just want to make sure. I just want to get people on record before I see some old family photos. Be like, hey, ain't that nigga that be eating dirty socks? And then you gonna turn around and look at me. Steven, what it do? Just for the record, I want to make sure we clarify a couple things. I didn't put a super chat goal today because there's no goal. We're not going to have a goal for a couple weeks. That's why we went ahead and did the serial numbered hoodies. We are not going to have a goal for a couple of weeks. So shout out to the whole Real Late Night crew. 7 of the hoodies are gone. Only 3 left. And there will never be any more made. My squad, y'all can expect to get one of the t-shirts. Because, you know, you niggas work here. You can get you a work shirt. I should do y'all niggas like they do them niggas at Texas Roadhouse. I hate Texas Roadhouse employee shirts. On the back of their shirts, it says, I love my job. I'm like, why would you put that on the back of them shirts? How you gonna say that everybody that work here love their job, niggas? There's some niggas that work at Texas Roadhouse that hate that motherfucker. Shout out to Jackie O. I was in the trap serving Jackie O watching Ozark. Or is this some white people Canadian shit? Do the white people up north be doing this? Is this where this really come from? It's not American white people. It's like Canadian white people. Oh, now no. See, no. This nigga, he a lone wolf. I got it. I got it. Lone wolf. Mm-hmm. Let's get to this phone call because we got to talk about Terrence Howard. And I mean, this shit wild, my nigga. This Terrence Howard shit gonna blow your mind. But this phone call, this is gonna be quick. Loose cannon, Brick Baby, you have the floor.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Sweetie! 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 3 hoodies left. There will be no more made. 8, 9, and 10 are the only hoodies left.
This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. To accept this call, press 5. To block this, you may begin speaking now.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up with it, wife? How you doing?
Oh my God, it's so good to finally hear your voice.
Chad, you're gonna
Are
cut
you
one
okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Where are you?
I'm in LA. You won't believe who's my selling.
Who?
Brick Baby.
What?
You in there with the brick. Now, this is how trifling you niggas are. Your bitch makes up a page where y'all got a fake computer on y'all table. He's already carved rolling 6-0. Here goes these niggas' IDs. You niggas have already put it on the dead homies on the wall. This might be pictures of some of the dead homies. Pictures of somebody's bitch. Y'all got 2 bag lunches on rolling 6-0. And y'all niggas is sharing the same bed. Y'all niggas is in this motherfucker cell with 1 bed, according to your wife. Got it.
Yeah, this shit crazy.
That is insane. Was that like pre-planned? Like what the heck? Oh my gosh. So Brick Baby is your cellmate.
Rollo, what up?
I'll be my selling.
No. That is wild.
He was like, thank you for the t-shirts and everything like that. And he was like, you so real for that. And then like the money for it.
Well, I definitely, I would hope, they would do the same and if the table was turned, So I definitely, if I had the outsource to be able to help his wife while going through this, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I already sent her first payment last week from the sales we made last week, and she was so happy, but...
Why would you have them niggas watching No Jumper in jail? And you got the episode where Brick... So, just for the record, Loose Cannon's wife done put the episode they got in their prison cell, allegedly, is this bitch done put the episode where Brick Baby sitting here with a gun right there. And for you to have them put all this shit, letting everybody know that they gang members and shit, they are involved in a Rolling 60 Crip indictment. That's why I feel like Loose Cannon's bitch is like, she's trying to keep this nigga locked up forever.
I'm happy that he heard about it. That's good. I'm going to keep pushing so that we can keep making some money that way.
This is the video. So the video is just this picture and the phone call.
It gives a little more ease, even at least for these phone calls. You know what I'm saying? Because, it ain't cheap.
No, Brick, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk to you. What up, sis?
Hey.
What up, sis? Ain't this the same bitch that you threatened to kill her husband before you got locked up?
Hey, Brick, how you doing?
Thank you for everything you're doing. I heard you keeping the name strong.
This is PC. Why is it so quiet? We know they not on some secret cell phone because we heard the jail shit.
Listen, I'm trying, I'm doing whatever I can with the power that I have,
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's what's up. How you holding up?
Oh, man.
And for the record, she did make this. This is an official upload on Loose Cannon and her channel, which used to just be the Loose Cannon channel, but now it's the Her and Loose Cannon channel.
And we coolin'. My boy here now, so we
Yo, is that crazy? You guys are cellmates? What? What in the world did that happen?
When I figured out the jail, I'm like, bro, finna come. I'm like, as soon as he come, I'm about to break it, because you got
Brick Baby, the police. What did Brick? Listen to what he just said.
What in the world did that happen?
When I figured out the jail, I'm like, bro, finna come. I'm like, as soon as he come, I'm about to break it, because you.
As I heard that bro was getting ready to come, and as soon as he come, I was gonna bring him over here. That nigga on rolling 6-0, nigga. Loose, you might be the patsy, bro, of all of this shit.
Gotta come here, so I'm like, yeah, he about to come right here with us.
That's crazy. So you helped set that up?
Yeah, well, as soon as he came in, shit, you already know. It ain't no other way he gonna go. And we can't be talking in front of all these people, so I just like, come on.
Man, that's what's up. Okay.
Good out there with the baby and stuff.
You know, he's here. He's teething, so I'm going through that phase right now where he's a little fussy, but you know, I'm bearing with it.
Here go, bro, right here.
All right. Good to hear from you. Keep your head up.
Man, shut your fake ass up. This is bro. And if you pillow talking with them bitches that are screwing you, just know that she gonna tell another nigga when she through with you.
Hello?
Rollo in the cup one time. Lady, break out the Methuselah. Donis, what's happening? She made this picture, Donis. His girl made an incriminating ass picture for them. These niggas are in their cell, tatting it up with gang shit and watching No Jumper. You can't make this up.
Yeah.
All right, well, shoot, y'all about to pick up where y'all left off. Y'all gonna be holding podcasts in the cell?
Bitch, we facing a motherfucking rolling 60s indictment. We facing a RICO over this gang shit. This shit ain't funny. Nah, we ain't. The podcast is what got us in here, bitch. On the dead homies.
This shit's crazy, but I'm trying to see if you could cash app so I could get some food.
Yeah, of course.
The ghetto.
Of course. Wait, who? Just give me a cash app and I'll send it over so that you can.
Wait, what?
Cash app so I could get some food.
Yeah.
Wait, Big Loose, you gotta get a cash app to get some food? Down bad. I bet Brick Baby already eating. And who's getting ready to receive this cash app for you, Loose? Nigga, y'all nigga, Loose can't. This is, bro, Brick Baby just set Loose Cannon up. He's gonna have to sign a proffer, nigga. Because he gonna find out that Brick Baby ain't gotta sign. Police officers don't have to sign proffers. Oh, cash app the government? Nah, she gonna cash app a nigga in Gen Pop or wherever the fuck he at. He gonna cash. They gonna cash app. She gonna cash app them, and he gonna be on like that.
Of course. Of course. Wait, who? Just give me a cash app and I'll send it over so that you can get some outside food because I know I'm sure that food over there is trash.
So she just incriminated this nigga on a federal prison phone. She just let the world know, including the police that's listening, that she's getting ready to send money so he can get contraband from the outside. But this your wife, though. Loose, hang up the phone.
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
We got content.
It's terrible. Yeah, no, I love you. I love you.
I love you too.
I'm at it, I'm always gonna be good.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go.
I'm just happy that, you know, you're okay, because my stomach was churning all night when I didn't hear from you, baby. You don't even understand. I was a little nervous, you know, even though I know this is part of the process. It just not hearing from you for all them hours really, really made me stressful.
Yeah, no, that shit crazy.
And then I was trying to add money to your books because, you know, I saw that you were in the LA system, but it still was processing. So I couldn't even like add money or nothing. So I'm just happy you found a way to reach me through someone else's phone line, you know? When did they say you're going to be fully activated so that I can do that?
I don't know, but that's why I'm gonna have you on Cash App.
Okay.
At least she bleeped that out.
And then I need you to get on with the lawyer. What I told you to send him.
Yeah. I already talked to the lawyer. He's supposed to come see you, and I think you're supposed to have court tomorrow, so he'll come check you in court tomorrow too, you know? Now that you're in LA, because, you know, everybody in the world thinking you got a public defender.
Oh, that's goofy as shit. They know how much money we get.
Man, it's just silly.
Are you on the phone talking about how much money y'all out here getting?
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
Just had someone at the detention thing. That was it. But your lawyer is in LA. Like, they just, I don't know why people just be doing that, you know?
That's goofy.
But anyways, I love you so much. I'm so glad I heard from you. I know.
I mean, she sounds fake as fuck. She sounds so performative.
This call is going to cut off soon. So, you know, I just want to make sure you hear that.
And that was the end of it. Now, I'm going to just let you hear a portion because we're not even going to listen to it, the whole joint. I just want you to hear how loud this other shit sound. Listen to how loud this other jail call sound.
They liars, they trying to make content. I guess I'm paying their bills right now. So they put in my name.
Y'all hear how loud that shit is?
And, you know, it's not good. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's just on my worst enemy. Mm-hmm. I don't have nothing to do with certain individuals. I want them to have the best fighting chance because I don't want nobody in jail, period.
Right.
So I'm not like the other people. So the people like to pretend and say certain things. And
that shit sound like he in jail. The other shit sound like PC, nigga. If they would have been like that other call, they was on like a cell phone, then I wouldn't have said shit. I was like, all right, they got a burner phone in the cell. This nigga, Brick Baby, like, I found out where this nigga was at and got him over to me. How was Brick able to do that? Oh, I forgot, on 6-0. Man. Don't matter if they not counted. It don't matter where they at. It don't matter if they in federal lockup, hole, any of that shit, nigga. That shit loud. It's always loud wherever niggas is at. Whether they in the feds, whether they in the county, it's loud. It's not loud when niggas is PC'd up. That's just me spitballing, right? Because I don't know shit. I've never known anybody that ever went to jail, federal prison, nothing. Nope. Luce, you take that proffer nigga and go sit down with Brick. Did Brick tell you what room to go in to get that proffer nigga? You ain't telling on Big Useless, aka Big Uterus. You ain't telling on him. I mean, you've only sat on every podcast telling on that nigga before you got locked up. You done let the world, bro. You was telling on Big U so much, everybody was like, "Damn, Loose Cannon's a fucking hater, bro." Like, this nigga just be making up shit. Then come to find out, damn near everything you said about Big U was true, which means you've been snitching on that nigga for months. Remember, he got Nip killed. Remember, he called you and told you Nip was dead, and then you called Nip, and Nip answered his phone, and then Nip got killed a half an hour later. You said that, nigga. You think the feds ain't hear you say that shit, nigga? You the one told the story about how Nipsey and Big U caught the fade and Nipsey beat that nigga ass. The whole hood vouched for that, Big U. The whole hood said, nigga, what them West Coast niggas say? He maxed your ass out, nigga. I heard you got maxed out, nigga. You got put on your pocket, son. The whole hood know that you thought you was gonna whoop Nipsey and Nipsey beat your motherfucking ass, nigga. I just saw a video today of Big U and Eric Holder somewhere getting in a fight together against some niggas, and them niggas beat Eric Holder ass, nigga. Eric Holder was just laying on the ground, sleep, nigga. Hey, hit that like button. Bro, it's only less than half. I ain't even check on Whack today. I'm gonna have to today. I've been ripping and running today. It doesn't that shit don't even surprise me, Meek. Whack was lying from Jump Street anyway. Like, it was the shit that really, I mean, we know Whack the police, but when they all got locked up, Whack was like, Loose Cannon ain't get locked up. Like, why would you lie about that? I still don't. That's the one lie that Whack told that still bothers me. Why was you lying about Loose Cannon getting locked up when we all know he did? Then I probably did hear it. There's been so much shit in the last couple of days with all these niggas. And then now Brick Baby in the cell with this nigga where it's quiet. Whack 100, I sat here and watched this nigga. We never even fucking heard of Loose Cannon outside of like niggas in LA, them Cali niggas, y'all kind of knew who the nigga was or whatever. The rest of us, we didn't fucking know who this nigga was till like 5 months ago, or whenever the fuck it was, where out of nowhere, Whack brings this nigga on No Jumper, and this nigga's just telling them. And then Adam's like, yeah, I didn't think he was telling the truth. I just thought he was telling a bunch of wild stories for clout. I'm like, so you just admitted you had a nigga on your show who you thought was lying? And last thing before I get to Terrence Howard. I just got one question for you, Adam, the 16, Grand Mason, aka the 16 of Nashua. I got a motherfucking question for you. I got a motherfucking question for you. I want to know what the fuck this is that I'm about to put on my screen, Adam. Adam, what is this? Y'all niggas is all the police. All of y'all. For all of y'all, hey, you don't hear me though. Who's that making that funky noise? You're finalizing the purchase of No Jumper. And for y'all niggas to be so influential in hip hop, how are you only getting 139,000 views? Adam only got 6 retweets on his reply of janitor. Y'all niggas ain't no type of influence. Y'all niggas are the fucking police. Adam playing broke because these niggas getting ready to lose that lawsuit. Ain't that right, Adam? Adam, I don't think you know how this shit works. You have to get your police friends to help you. Because you're not doing this right. I know you think this is how you going to get out of paying that money that you owe niggas for sexual harassment, bro. The fact that I'm letting y'all know, Adam Grand Mason 16 will not get in trouble for any of this shit. He will not get in trouble for any of this shit. Since when do the police get in trouble for anything they do while they playing police? Adam got 2 lawsuits that pretty much is, yeah, it's a wrap. But we not here for that. Fuck y'all niggas. Terrence Howard. Hey, man, you got the floor.
Tactical nuke incoming!
So after I'm done here today, I'm going to put online the equations necessary to have unlimited energy, just to say F you to the world.
What was that?
After I'm done here today, I'm going to put online the equations necessary to have unlimited energy, just to.
When you say you're gonna put up the equation for us to have unlimited energy, what the fuck does that mean?
Say F you to the world.
Interesting. Okay, so can we get Dr. Yu out here, Rob, if you don't mind?
Yes.
You guys have never met.
Never met.
And you're currently working for NASA.
That's correct.
Y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. Terrence, if you can outduel this NASA nigga, I will buy in. Yes, a NASA bundo. They dropped a NASA bundo on this nigga.
I don't have the degrees he has, and guess what he doesn't have? He doesn't have an understanding of how the universe works.
Dum 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 dum.
You don't think Eric Weinstein
he has no understanding. Entire
that nigga's face, nigga. I'm not gonna get through this, nigga. The way that nigga face changed, nigga, I'm not gonna get through this.
Degrees he has, and guess what he doesn't have? He doesn't have an understanding of how the universe works.
You don't think Eric Weinstein
he has no understanding.
Entire quantum mechanics built on this model
is wrong.
He's
Hey man, shout out to Jackie O, nigga. Oh boy. I tried, bro. I thought about staying up when I got off. The premiere was gonna happen, I think, in 3 hours, from 3 or 4 hours from when I got off the air, and I was going to. I thought about staying up. I saw the preview to this shit. I said, man, I might not go to sleep, nigga.
Bring another dimension. Okay.
If another country gets their hands on this,
it's an end of America.
What have you found?
If I have to go to China, they won't hesitate a moment to use lynch tech, which they're forcing me to.
It's called lynch tech. Lynch tech, nigga. Here, oh, this shit's about to be amazing.
Do you know that they took away my passport?
Why does this matter?
Puffy invited me.
Puffy invited you to do what?
You saying what I think you're saying?
He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you.
Take that. Take that. Take that. Take that, take that, take that. Look, in Diddy's defense, Terrence, you do be acting zesty to the motherfucker like you be wanting the dick. So Diddy might have misread your signals, nigga. Take that dick, get him. Take that dick, get him. Boom, 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 boom. Oh shit. This nigga's dead ass serious, nigga.
Need to do. Do you know that they took away my passport?
Why does this matter?
Puffy invited me.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. I was like, oh.
Even the NASA niggas like Hey, NASA nigga, all the science and shit in the world can't prepare you for this shit, nigga. I know you thought you know enough. You did not. You are not prepared for this type of shit, nigga.
I had no idea we're going to go this direction with the podcast.
If it's wrong, you'll never hear from me again. I'll walk away. But if I'm right,
y'all will call me Jesus. That's basically where he's gonna go with it, in my opinion. This nigga got a God complex, and that's a wrong thing. You having a God complex is the fastest way to hell. I just want to put that out there for you niggas with a God complex. If you want the fastest way to get to hell, get you a God complex. What is this, a live view of Terrence Howard's mind? Oh, that's the intro. I thought y'all got a camera inside that nigga brain.
So for most of us, when we think about Terrence Howard, we think about an actor. We think about Iron Man.
That was years ago, motherfucker. We partying. Like, that part of me thinking of Terrence Howard, that shit gone. Empire was a decade ago as far as I'm concerned.
Think about different movies he's been in, right, all over the place. But one day in 2019, when he retires, he talks about he has some findings. He has certain patents. He has 90-plus patents. Goes on Rogan's podcast, talks about it openly. Then Rogan brings Weinstein, Eric. They have a great debate together. And it was interesting saying, it was
a great debate? Interesting.
I need peer review. And Eric says, you're not a peer to review.
Yeah, he was in the first Iron Man. And then they got Don Cheadle. Not because they needed a nigga with darker skin. They got Don Cheadle because Terrence Howard told Marvel that he needed to make more money than Iron Man. The answer was no.
What you have. And then Terrence and I start speaking, and he says, I want you to put my white papers through any kind of AI to look at it and have some folks look at it. So I said, hey, Terrence, why don't we do this? I'm going to invite a guest. He didn't know who it was going to be. We invited a current NASA employee, 17 years with NASA, Dr. Yu, physicist, spacecraft subsystem manager, spacecraft fluids and structure branch.
Now, here's where I'm going to be with Terrence on one thing about this NASA nigga. Yes, you got to be kind of a smart nigga. Well, you got to be a smart nigga to work with NASA. But you still got to follow political rules. You do. You can't go too far with the shit. Even the STEM and space exploration, all this shit. Bro, there's politics connected to that shit too. I just got to keep that a stack.
He comes in, they sit down, they go through things, and I thought he was going to correct them on everything, but he actually agreed with them on a few different things. And then we also talked about his career. We talked about Iron Man. He said something on Diddy I've never heard him say before. Never. I've never heard him say before. And he says, I've never done movies like this. And the reason why you never give up your man card. I'm like, Terrence, what do you...
Wait, what? I never did movies like this because you giving up your man card. I'm telling you, Terrence, they saw them, what, you got like green eyes or some shit and you be doing zesty shit and nigga, you be wearing perms and all that shit. Nigga, they thought you was ready to fuck, bro. That's your fault. If you ain't zesty for real, you just on some like some 70s pimp shit with some of your style, nigga, that's your fault, nigga. But they was ready to fuck.
You mean man card? He said, you know what I'm talking about? I said, are you saying what I think you're talking about? Yes. Then he tells a story of the time Diddy invites him over to his house. And it got so weird that, well, you're going to have to watch it for yourself. Having said that, enjoy this podcast with the one and only Terrence Howard with an appearance by Dr. Yu.
30 seconds. Did you ever think you were made?
Me to come a few times, but I wanted to come.
How you doing?
I'm incredible right now.
Yeah.
Grateful to be here. It's been a long time. You guys have asked me to come a few times, but I wanted to come when I had something special to talk about.
Yeah, and I'm excited about it. And we're doing it the right way today. The reason for it is because...
Wait, y'all got a Fiji water sponsorship product placement.
When you and I were speaking, we're going back and forth. And Pat, can you read this? Can you read that? Can you read this? And I'm reading it. It's as if I'm reading a different language, right? Because this is not my space. I'm not in this business. I'm not I'm good in numbers when it comes down to financials, but different when the numbers that we're talking about here. However, we reached out to a couple people to come down while we're having this conversation. And we wanted to get somebody qualified, so we got a hold of Dr. Wei-Ping Yu, okay, PhD, just to kind of give you a proper introduction. This is his business card from NASA, okay? He's been with NASA for 17 years. His business card says physicist and spacecraft subsystem manager, spacecraft fluids and structure branch. In a minute, we're going to have him come in. He's been involved in a lot of different conversations. He knows Eric Weinstein. He's seen the conversation that you had with Eric Weinstein and
Chadrick, squad in the building. That's a 29 piece. What up, bro?
with Rogan, which was great. The 4-hour one that you guys did. So we'll get into that here in a minute, okay? And I'll bring him on and he'll grab a seat right next to him. We'll get into it. However, for the audience, if you don't mind, because the first time I heard about you going this direction, I'm a big fan of your work. When you came in, the first thing I said is the character, Harvey, Gordon, from fighting, right? The way you would speak, the way you would move. But this is the first time we saw you talking about you leaving Hollywood, Rob. If you want to play this clip, go for it.
Terrence Howard here. You made huge headlines.
I'm fresh, dressed like $1 billion.
When you said after you complete these 15 episodes of Empire, you got to walk away for a while or forever?
For good. I mean, everyone keeps trying to tell me don't say it's forever, but I've spent 37 years pretending to be people so that people can pretend to watch and enjoy what I'm doing when I've made some discoveries in my own personal life.
You understand that if he happens to, like, the one thing that Terrence Howard do realize is if he's wrong, he gonna look stupid. But if he's right, the scariest thing is if Terrence Howard's right. About something, some of this stuff. I mean, he speaks in utter, just blatant bullshittery. Like, he never really says anything, but he claims that he says a lot. But the shit don't be meaning anything, at least to me.
With the science that, you know, Pythagoras was searching for, I was able to open up the flower of life properly.
What the fuck does that mean? I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
And find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. Why would I continue, you know, walking on water for tips?
God complex. What do you mean you walking on water for tips?
So what got you to the point of being ready to say this to the world? Because this changed the game.
Well, we had introduced linchpin years before, and was talking about linchpin being the common factor, the universal constitution, but no one would take it seriously. We talked about this grand unifying supersymmetry of the linchpin, that it showed how the universe behaved in contractive or expansive places. We had showed the ubiquitous nature of linchpin. Nobody would take it seriously. So then we decided to...
The linchpin theory, popularized by Seth Godin, suggests that individuals who become indispensable to an organization due to their unique skills and contributions are crucial for success, acting as the linchpin that holds everything together.
Let's now challenge the idea of gravity. And we, in comparison to a resonance model, like the universe is not based upon force, but based upon resonance, you know, but based upon harmonic frequencies. So we decided to, let's put the linchpin in the proper place, and let's since we are saying that this is the common factor.
See, Joy, you already asking too many motherfucking questions. Even though I agree with the question, this is what's going to get us fucked up. Who is we? I'm truly scared to find out who we is. Because we might all live in Terrence's head. That's the part that scares me.
Factor that everything comes from it.
Shit, then you gotta smoke better reefer, Josu, because this shit intensifies my high. I'm literally getting ready to roll up another one right now. This shit gets, when this nigga get going like this, man, it gets me where I need to be.
put a number of linchpins in rotation and see if we can rebuild the planet Saturn. Well, we were able to.
Why do we need to rebuild the planet Saturn? See, it sounds like we solving shit I didn't even know it was a problem. I didn't know that motherfucking Saturn had caught a flat or some shit. Too many potholes on Saturn. We got to rebuild it. You know what?
Do that without gravity, without dark energy, without dark matter. And without animation.
But I don't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson, though. That nigga's a liar for clout. He's a mainstream liar. He gonna say shit that like them niggas want to hear. And he's a real scientist, but a lot you can't. One thing that people like to dismiss is that how can a scientist be compromised? Well, a lot of them niggas are scientists inside of political entities or government structures. So they can realistically be nudged in certain directions and ignore certain findings or find stuff that didn't need to be found to connect certain dots. I'm just saying. I would rather believe just some motherfucking real scientist at some college or somewhere that nobody really fucks with. Neil deGrasse Tyson, this nigga's a celebrity and shit. Yeah, I can't really trust him like that. But that's not to say he wrong. I'm just saying I don't trust him like that.
Literally rebuild the planet Saturn in a simulation with the hexagon at the top of it. And we were like, okay, they will take this seriously. So when I went to we did this the day before I came to the Emmys. So I was just so excited to say, hey, we don't have to worry about this God gravity.
You did what the day before Emmys?
We did the rebuilding the planet Saturn. That's at the very beginning of my book. The same thing I showed on Joe Rogan.
Right.
And I'm like waiting for people to respond. But they immediately took it like, oh, he's crazy. He's talking about he's going to build the planet Saturn. No, I was rebuilding it in a simulator, the same way they've rebuilt planets or tried to rebuild the
That makes sense.
solar system or galaxies with dark matter, dark energy, and gravity.
I'll give you this so far, Terrence. You've toned down, at least at this juncture, even though the shit still don't sound like it make much sense to me in the beginning, you've at least toned down some of the rhetoric. And you can better explain your rebuilding of Saturn. But that don't mean you right, nigga.
Able to do it without that. And I thought that would mean something. But I forgot you don't attack somebody's God. Gravity has been their God for a long, long time.
Who's God? The traditional scientists?
Science. All of the world. Gravity is their God.
If I'm on a set with you doing a movie, which you've been on many, many sets with some of the greatest actors of all time, and you're in the list of some of the greatest actors of all time yourself, would I meet this Terrence? Like, if we're sitting, we're not shooting, we're sitting, we're waiting for something, are you speaking to me like this or no?
This is the only Terrence there is. You know, I love acting. I love the emotional play associated with it. But what's more important right now than saving the planet, than saving the people on the planet, saving the animals on the planet, saving our entire solar system? We don't know what our responsibility is cosmically, but we have to get past this reef right now. We keep getting pushed back to the beach by the desire to suppress and to control everything. So the only Terrence there is the one that's trying to change the world, that's trying to provide the free energy, that's trying to provide the new...
Terrence, is this one big-ass method acting thing you doing? Are you going to end up winning an Oscar for this level of method acting after like 10 years?
Geometry that will allow us to fit with the universe instead of competing against the universe.
Which actors that you had conversations like this with were also interested and could hang with you?
Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte?
See, this is the thing you got to understand with Terrence on this shit. And it's how the good charlatans work. The good charlatans and the good deceivers and these things of that nature, the great bullshit artists, there has to be kernels of truth in there. It has to be kernels of truth in things you're saying for you to even get, like, for people to even stop and listen to you. some of the stuff he'd say be true, but the way he talks about how his shit be better and whatnot, it just don't be making sense to me, bro. It just doesn't. It just don't. I'm so trying.
The great Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte, we've had wonderful conversations. We're doing a film called Investigating Sex in Germany.
Nick Nolte is never going to live that fucking mugshot down.
And we spent 2 months having the deepest conversation. He actually inspired me to keep going further. Before, he was just talking about the B12 shots and how it affects your body. But we had deep conversations. Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges is an incredibly deep thinker. I would love to talk to Mel Gibson because Mel, I see his mind always jumping.
You haven't?
I haven't. Have never had the pleasure of meeting him.
You've
yet.
never met Mel Gibson?
Never met Mel Gibson.
That's because you were still in the industry and nigga, you knew. Look, see now you playing dumb, Terrence. I gotta call you out on this. Nigga, you ain't never met Mel Gibson because the block was hot, nigga. Mel Gibson ain't hard to fucking find. That nigga was blackballed while you was still getting Hollywood checks. So don't do that. Don't do that.
That's an easy one to happen. I mean, it's a couple guys that know him could make the phone call.
Yeah, I enjoy his neurosynaptic reactions.
Meaning the way he views the world from a different lens.
I love his rhythm of his mind, how it clicks. So people like that. But most people respond, in a quizzical way. But when you're challenging their status quo, when you're challenging, their basic arithmetic, because if you were to look at a grid of 1 times 1 equaling 1, it would be a straight grid going out with just boxes on a flat plane forever. Our universe doesn't behave that way. Our universe behaves by everything wrapping itself around, multiplies volumetrically. So what I've been talking about for the longest time is allowing our math to match what the physics work. What does the physical world look like? How does it behave?
But that's not what math is, nigga. You're trying to redefine math. That's not what math is, though, nigga.
Imaginary
math is tangible. That's go ahead, bro.
Imaginary structures out there unless the real structures aren't making sense, and the structures that they have as straight lines, platonic solids, they've been wrong from the beginning because there are no straight lines. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The greater the action, the greater the reaction. The greater the reaction, greater the resistance. The greater the resistance, greater the curvature, which means everything is curved. So measuring the universe with straight lines and with flat planes is an illogical and irrational thing to do if you're measuring curved, living, moving reality. And
let me just interrupt you. Before you continue, Terrence, I would like to ask you a serious question. Have you ever smoked fentanyl? I just want that on the record. I'm not implying anything. I just want it on the record.
That is what they refuse to change. They've stopped believing that the world is flat, but they're still using flat mechanics to describe the universe.
Okay, so you go on Rogan first podcast, you guys talk, and then that leads to you going back with Rogan, with Eric Weinstein, the 4-hour one that you guys did, right? And even, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson did a video reacting to all the stuff that you had. Brian Keating did as well. I asked Brian Keating about the one document that you sent to me. I forwarded to him, and he read it, looked through it, and and I'll preface what he said. He's really trying to figure things out.
I mean, it's the same thing. Like even Dr. Dave. Dr. Dave's a super smart dude, but Dr. Dave don't believe in God. So that in itself is flawed. For me to believe that you are a true scientist, how you this true of a scientist and you don't believe in God? You just all of the things that just don't make sense to it. You just chalk that shit up. Well, how scientific is that? Even though God is the perfect explanation. That's why can't nothing be 100% because God may not want certain things to happen. But then in y'all calculations, just like, oh, we don't know why these things happen. And that sounds scientific to you? Saying something is God sounds more scientific than just saying we don't know why these things happen.
Right. And he made a video talking about one area that he was wrong. I don't know if you've seen that video or not. Yeah. But he seemed very much willing to sit down and have the conversation. But, you know, it almost seems like when even watching Weinstein.
That's a fact, Sloan. That's a great way to put it. Science is their guide to a lot of things, but that's the thing. They run into a stop point at certain levels because it's like they can't explain. They just can't explain certain shit, even though it's like God intervened.
Eric, with you, it's like, look, we love what you're doing, and you know,
but stop doing it.
Yeah, but stop doing it because peer review. You're not one of our peers. You're not qualified enough to get a peer review, but we'll give you an opinion on this, right? That was kind of like the establishment side towards you. What was your biggest takeaway after your 4 hours with Eric and Joe, and what's happened ever since?
Well, I gave Eric a great deal of grace.
What up?
You know, he was a little rude and cut me off a lot of times, but that's the nature of being in the position of authority. I had hoped that he would evaluate the geometry I gave him. I went to his house 2 days later, and we had dinner, and I took buckets of proof of geometry, of all the linchpins and their configurations, all the wave conjugations and their configurations. The wave conjugation, so you understand, is the electric part of the world, is how plasma is the contractive part. All shapes are the expansive stuff that describes radiation's work. The linchpin is the constitution between the two. It's the friend. It's the translator between the big and the little. And I took all these things to his
big and little joker
house. I thought he would evaluate them. I thought he would send them throughout his friends. And then I watched him go on Piers Morgan and literally say that 99% of everything I said was bathwater.
Fuck. Here's the thing I'll say though, Terrence. The scientists don't have to vouch for you for me to believe you. I don't need you to have all the science community vouch for you. But there's nobody vouching for you. Not you. Like, God put you on this earth with all of this information just for you. Like, nobody else can figure this out. Nobody else. Just you. That's tall, bro. That's a tall one for me.
Was bullshit. The Howard comma.
He said that afterwards?
Yeah,
or
he
before
said
you guys
this,
getting on together?
He did this after our talk on Joe Rogan, but before our meeting when I went to his house. So I let that go, him saying that 99% of everything I was doing was bathwater. And then he said, the one thing that might be good is this linchpin. But he got there by a mistake, which I clearly showed that it wasn't a mistake, the 109.47. But he said that everything I did was just by accident and nothing had value. So we were able to...
Now, if he said that, that's very dismissive. Because that's you confirming that some of the shit's true, but you saying that it only just became true by accident. That's...
to take the Howard comma, which is the resonance created from the linchpin. We were able to take the Tetraean wave conjugations, which is the shape of the fractal in itself. Mm-hmm. And we were able to take the mirrored all shapes and literally rebuild the entire world the way that, according to, well, not rebuild the world. We've been able to take those same things that he called bathwater and apply them to the three-body problem and solve a 300-year-old problem that Newton couldn't solve, that Poincare couldn't solve, because they needed a finite space. They needed curved multiplication. They also needed to reimagine how the prime numbers behave.
So just make up a bunch of shit. Take everything we know and just make up some shit. Got it.
They needed to understand that gravity was just an effect of electricity. But how could we take the things he said was bathwater and solve the biggest problems in math and in physics when he said it had no physical application, no chemistry application, no application towards mathematics?
but we solved all the biggest problems with it. And that's why I gave it to you ahead of time and asked you to run it through your AI.
Yeah, and we did that.
Oh, shit.
I guess the most basic one, okay? So if I go to someone like you who's an outsider coming in the scientist world, right, the mathematics world, and you make certain claims, first question the academia is going to ask is, what is your qualification? What is your education? Where did you go to? And it seems like some of these guys came out and said, well, that school this, the school that, I don't know which one it was, South Carolina or whatever it was, the school, the degree, all this stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Because I went to, went over to South Carolina University, and I took them over at the time I had a company where we were growing diamonds through, not high pressure, high temperature, but through chemical vapor deposition. And the conversation I was having with them, and they were talking about giving me an honorary degree, should have been in chemistry, because that's the stuff that we were doing. We were transmuting one thing into another thing. So when I went on that other show and I had my honorary degree that was given to me, I had no idea it was in humanities. I thought it was going to be in the thing that I went to talk to.
All right, I want to see something right quick before I do what I'm gonna do.
To them about.
So to them, so to say you don't have a PhD from South Carolina, it's an honorary, right? So it's not like, okay. So to the folks who went to school to see all these different theories, what do they tell you when they explain it to you? What do they say? Because right now I just went online and I typed in, which scientists agree with Terrence Howard, okay? And mainstream scientific response, Howard's views are widely rejected by academic and scientific communities. His interpretation of math and physics are generally considered mathematically incorrect, scientifically unfounded, right? Independent and fringe thinkers, they gave some folks that are from on the YouTube side that do. Why the rejection? Claims 1 × 1 = 2. And that's the most basic one, right? Where it starts from there. And it goes to some of the other theories that you guys have spoken about. Help me understand how, in your mind, to the average person who hasn't put amount of time that you have put in, credibility after 1 × 1 × 2, 1 × 1 = 2. How do you come up with that conclusion?
Well,
man, hey PBD, that was. I like how you just pressed him on that, but wrapped it up in a way that wouldn't make him shut down. That was a great piece of questioning right there. I got to tip my hat on that one. Come on, Terrence. Seriously. If basically what he just asked Terrence is, how do you expect niggas to take you seriously when you say 1 × 1 = 2? Like, that was the most eloquent way to ask that question. You could not be any more eloquent in asking a nigga, hey, so why should we believe any motherfucking thing you say when you told a nigga that 1 × 1 = 2?
If I was wrong, then they wouldn't have made such a big stink about it. But the fact that I was able to show them with their calculator that because they have 1 × 1 = 1,
right,
an action times an action without a reaction, and as a result of it, you get this contradiction with the square root of 2.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, where every action must have, at least some sort of equal reaction, But how do you get that 1 is equal to an action? How is the 1 times the 1? How did you come up with this 1 and this 1 equals an action? Because you're reading that wrong. The action is times, the reaction is equal. You take 1 pop bottle 1 time. How many pop bottles do I have? 1. The action was times, the reaction is equal. 1. So How did you move the action to being one? So what is times? That times is not a times, multiply. Those aren't actions. And equal is the same as saying the result, which would be the reaction to the action. What am I missing? I'm being for real. I'm trying not just straight make fun of this nigga. I'm being honest right here.
Being cubed having the same value as the square root of 2 times 2, which should say a red flag, a herring right away that there's something wrong with the mathematics, with that being the problem that leads into the distribution of prime numbers, because the number 2, any prime number, any prime number that you subtract from another prime number always is going to end up in a...
No, I don't need to go back. I heard what he said. I heard what he said. 1 times 1 means one thing, one time. That's why it equals 1. And he's talking about that 1 is you're having an action against an action. You're having an action without you're not taking into account an action. Every action is supposed to have a reaction. If we did have the reaction, the action was we took one thing one time. That's the action. What's the reaction? It's the result. It equals one thing. And he's already backed off of this multiple times. So I'm really listening to how he's going to dance around it now, because he backed up off of it the last time when he was talking to that one nigga. He is this 1 times 1 shit. He has not been consistent on either. And that's not to discount the whole thing. I've listened to his theory. If you think that 1 times 1 equals 2, then I can't help you. Anybody who agrees that 1 times 1 equals 2, and that sounds logical based on how he explained it, bro, I'm not going back and forth. You can have it. I don't go back and forth. Like, when shit just goes so far over the edge, I don't have the ego. I don't need to prove to anybody 1 times 1 when we all know that 1 times 1 means one thing, one time. That's why 2 times 1 is 2, because you take 2 things and you do that one time. So if you take 2 things one time, how many things do you have? 2. If I tell you to go pick up those 2 balls one time, you're going to go pick those 2 balls up one time, and you're going to have 2 balls in your hand. Pause.
Composite number. But...
no, it's not depending on the question. Depending on the question. No good.
Except no with good. The case of the number 2. That's the only...
The question is, what's 1 times 1? The answer's 1. What do you mean depending the question? What's 2 times... The question is, what's 2 times 1? 2. What do you mean depending the question?
Prime number that you subtract from another prime number and you end up in a prime number. Why? Because the prime number 2 is a composite number. But they've changed that by trying to force that into a prime because they wanted 1 times 1 to equal 1, and the square root of 2 being 1.414, they say that times itself will equal. So it's all convoluted. None of their stuff makes sense. If I was a student, a mathematical student... Now, if
you want to tell me you want to bring in the square root and all these different things where we basically shaving off fractions of, especially when we have certain numbers that go infinitely in the decimal range and all these other things, that's not what we talking about. If that's what you want to talk about, then there's some merit in that. There's some merit into certain levels of math can't be absolute because you are literally rounding up infinite numbers. And you just the act of doing that is certain, you're not going to have the exact of what you think you have. That makes sense. One thing, one time equaling anything other than 1. No. When you start getting into math that isn't tangible, where you can't just tangibly do it on an abacus and shit like that, that's when, yeah, I can give you that shit can be murky. But that ain't what nobody's talking about. We're talking about one thing, one time. That's one. Period. We have to start based in reality for me personally to take certain shit seriously. He has leapt from that to now he wants to start talking about square roots and stuff like that, which I'm not going to discount all of what he's saying on square roots and stuff like that, because there is a level that makes sense. When you have a certain number where it's like infinite sixes all the way through. Well, if you round that up to 0.7, you have literally just added something onto that number that's literally not there. That's the truth. One thing, one time, one.
A calculus student or an algebraic student, and I come in and I show a proof where, okay, 1 times 1 equals 1, and the proof of this is the square root of 2 having a contradiction with being cubed and multiplied by 2. That's a loop. Hi, everyone. My name is Terrence Howard.
Nigga, is this your Tinder profile? And you've only had 13 profile views?
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
Where'd this commercial come from? Go ahead, Terrence. What we selling?
An actor, but in the field of science also. So if you would like to connect with me, you can connect with me on Minect. The QR code is down below, and let's have a great conversation.
Say less. Nigga, if I can't connect to you, I'm suing the shit out of you. Wait, I can book you? Nigga, what? Terrence, man, Terrence, what are we doing? I want to learn how to open the flower of life properly, nigga, but you trying to hurt my pockets, G. Man, I gotta put this on the screen, Terrence. You niggas, bro. How are you any different, Terrence? This right here, this hurt my feelings right here, Terrence. How are you any different? How the fuck are you any different than these niggas, bro? This is why, bro, this is when niggas start calling it a grift, nigga. I gotta be all the way stacked with you, bro. Fuck you.
Practical nuke incoming!
This nigga, bro, I can't take black people fucking anywhere. I can book a phone call for you for $800 a minute with a 15-minute minimum, nigga. What?
Yo, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness, let's go to the abyss, nigga! I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know, and for some reason, he likes to reach out for me whenever I'm around. When he wants to go there, He would reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, tussling or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
This nigga said $800 for a minimum of 15 minutes, which is 12 bands. I bet you your calculator worked very, very, very concise for this shit. And just so you know, it could be 24,000 if he try to pull that 1 × 1 = 2 shit. Now I see why you trying to pull that shit. $12,000, nigga. You need a 12 for. You can get a recorded video response to a text question for $300. You can get a text response to a text question for $100. Nigga, I'd rather go shop with Price Master. I ain't even gonna hold you. This nigga said he got an Only Schmucks account. This nigga got an Only Schmucks account, nigga. The revolution will be monetized, nigga. This nigga said, I need $800 a minute for 15-minute minimum. Patrick Bet David, how much did you pay this nigga to come on the show? Yeah, my new math says it's 12 cents an hour. I'm with that Hebrew math. That shit makes a little more sense to me. This nigga said $800 a minute, nigga. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready, nigga. I gotta buy new sweaters and shit, nigga. Whatever happened to just asking for a donation? Instead, you hello, $17,000. You caught me off guard, Terrence. You won this round. You won this round, Terrence. You win.
Okay, so then let me
That's
ask you
a problem.
This. So then what's 1.1 times 1.1?
And Patrick Bet David was like, look,
it would
Patrick Bet David was like, look, we not paying you no $800 a minute, nigga. It's gonna be a G per show, and we'll let you try to rip some other niggas off with it.
Anytime action times an action has to increase in volume.
No, but so if one times
no, it
one
doesn't. The action can be equal. The action can be equal. So it does not. The volume does not have to increase.
2. That would mean that 1.1 times 1.1 would need to be bigger than 2, right?
It
But
would
it's
have
not.
to be. Why wouldn't it be? It's only the mathematics that they're using, the identity principles, which I call the Jim Crow laws of mathematics.
I'm losing my motherfucking mind.
The Jim Crow of mathematics, nigga. Speaking of math, nigga, we got 3 hoodies left. There is no gold. There's not gonna be no gold for a while. There's 3 hoodies left. That's all I can say to that, nigga. Before we get into the Jim Crow of mathematics. Oh my goodness. This nigga be catching me off guard with some of this shit, nigga. You got to call this shit so, nigga. Stop putting these fucking names and analogies on this shit, bro. I'd rather you just use the scientific terms so I could take the shit seriously. I want to take it seriously, nigga. And for you to be the only nigga on the earth with all this knowledge, man, you are not the best at conveying it, bro.
That's the thing that holds them back, because they want to keep things back into a balanced place. They want, instead of allowing the expansion that happens with most numbers, they just want to repeat. They just want to get back to a
Even
repeat.
for a basic, simple guy like me, like let's just say if I have $1.10 in a stock, okay, and that goes up 1.1%. What is it? $1.10 in a stock, but it goes up 1.1% rate of return in my stock portfolio. What's 1.1 of $1.10?
Let's break out the old trusty calculator. Put you at just a little over $1.11, right? Meek, you gonna have to get off my back. I'm not getting, just because you know different than Terrence Howard in this situation. We get it. You believe this nigga. You have that right. But this shit sound crazy as fuck, and we have that right to say that. I'm not sitting there, I'm not trying to convince you of shit. Again, I said, if niggas want to argue about 1 times 1 equal 1, you get no argument from me. You want to say it equals 2, you want to call the shit the Jim Crow mathematics, you got it. But what you not going to do is try to shame me into not saying shit about it. I don't need you shouting at me after every motherfucking thing I say. Show me just a tad bit of respect on my own show. You feel me? I'm not telling you to, I'm not telling nobody to think shit. You think what you want to think. And so am I. And the shit sounds stupid as fuck when you sit here and say the Jim Crow of mathematics. If there's a real scientific way of saying it, I suggest that nigga stated that for me, Deshae Lewis Hall Sr., for me to take that nigga serious. I ain't taking none of this shit serious. You sitting there saying the Jim Crow of mathematics. I'ma laugh like a motherfucker and smoke my reefer and drink my Pepsi to this shit. Period. Because when this shit ends, I take one thing one time, it's gonna be one thing. If you add 1.1% to $1.10, it puts you at just a little over $1.11 with the included fractions. This whole thing where we just gonna listen to this nigga with 0 qualifications who ain't never done anything in his life other than be a fucking actor. That's not me. I'm cut from a different cloth. I am reality based. And here's where the reality base comes in for me. We don't believe you. You need more people. I mean that in the most serious way possible. I don't run lockstep with scientists because them niggas do be compromised, especially depending on their jobs and ranks. You can have that all day long. The problem comes in when you can't even name one actual motherfucker that will vouch for all of your shit. Yes, portions of it, because he does start in a place of a level of truth with certain things he say, but then once he gets to deviating into it, it goes left. It goes left. And then to prove it, is he using his new math when he's asking for $800 a minute? He ain't asking for a donation for the cause. He's flat out charging niggas. For this nigga to answer one of my questions, I gotta pay this nigga $300 motherfucking dollars. That's wild to me. To pay this nigga $12,000 for a 15-minute conversation. As he's sitting there talking about he's doing this shit to try to improve mankind and all this shit. So where does $12,000 every 15 minutes for himself come in? What part of the flower of life opening up is this? See, these are things that we can't discount And discount whatever you want. But me personally, I'm not discounting the fact of you charging niggas $12,000 for a 15-minute conversation when you swear that this shit is supposed to change mankind. And you don't have anybody really on your side now. So you would think a nigga that's a fucking multi-millionaire. Hey, Google, what is the net worth of Terrence Howard?
Sorry, I don't know the net worth of Terrence Howard, but I found something similar. Do you want to know what is the net worth of Randy?
No.
Oh, okay.
Bro, you be saying the wildest shit for no reason sometimes, nigga. I mean the wildest shit. So low end, they saying low end, this nigga's worth $4 million. Cool. So why the fuck does this nigga need $12,000 every 15 minutes to explain the shit that he swears is going to help all of us in the end? So me, somebody that would take it seriously and actually talk to this nigga about it, this nigga said, well, you need $12,000. I have never approached anybody in the science community with a question who told me that I needed to at least give them $100 for them to text it to me, $300 for them to make a video response, or $12,000. I guarantee I have an easier shot talking to this NASA nigga about the same shit, getting a question in, an email or something. This nigga said $12,000. That's the biggest red flag that has ever come out in all of this shit for Terrence Howard, for me personally. 12 G's. 12 G's. 12 of them.
Look it up on the calculator.
It's $1.21. So for example, so if I get a 1% rate of return, on one, if I do the percentage on the basic 1.1 times 1.1, it's still getting me 1.21. So to me, the basics of the 1 times 1 equals 2, that throws even a regular guy like me off.
Well, you've got to remember, in multiplying volumetrically, you're wrapping things back around.
Right.
Like in a pool, in a swimming pool, the ripples go out, hit the edge, and then they come back. The returning waves are added to the expanding waves. Each returning wave is going to become multiplied even more. The pressure doesn't just expand out and keep going out, it's coming back. So you have to include the contraction. You have to include the returning wave. So that's why the volumetric would be different. But like even with what you just did, like if I asked you, what's 0.10 times 0.10? 0.10 times 0.10 says 0.001, right?
Right.
But we know that 0.10 is a dime.
Okay.
We know that a dime times a dime, 10 dimes times 10 dimes equals $1. Should equal $1.
Not necessarily.
10 times 10.
No, I know what you're doing.
No. You take 1 dime and you would take it 0.1 times. Not 10 dimes. 0.1 times 0.1 means you take 0.1 time. Which would mean that if I could bust this lighter up into 10 pieces, it still represents 1 lighter. I would take 1/10 of it, 1/10 of the time. Because if I took 1/10, that would be the 1/10. If I took the 1/10 one time, that means I pick up the dime 1 time. No, 0.1, which is a dime. You take a dime, you take 10% of that 10%, which would be a penny if you broke it like that. You're trying to convolute the shit on purpose, because that's the only way you can even remotely get to your shit, is to try to convolute it to get there. If you take 10 dimes and you take them 10 times, yes, it'd be $10. Because 10 dimes equal $1, so you would be taking. So each time each time you taking it 10 times. So each time you move 10 dimes off the table, that's moving $1 off the table. And if you move $1 off the table 10 times, that means you moved off $10, bro. What the fuck, bro? This shit, math is tangible. It is not this convoluted shit y'all niggas is trying to make it. Math is extremely tangible. Trust me, that was me being a nerd. That was my number one subject, was math. And the reason why it was always so easy to me is because the shit is tangible, nigga. When y'all making up these levels of dimes don't really equal a dime. And yes, it do, nigga. We've already established that. $12,000, bro. He understands that math. He understands $800 a minute times 15 minutes. That shit equals 12 bands real quick. Real quick. Oh, this shit ain't even hard. This shit ain't even hard. This is basic math that you try. That's why I'm like, if you want to go talk about the rounding up or rounding down of certain decimal points, just so you can not have infinite numbers and things of that nature, now we can have a real conversation about how math is an absolute net sense. But when we are talking about the multiplication tables, that is absolute. There is no wiggle room. I pick up 5 blunts one time. I have 5 blunts in my hand. Period. End of story. If you can't see that, I can't help you. I can't help you. I can't.
I know what you're doing, but that is a whole number. A dime is still 10 cents.
Thank you.
So 10 dimes is $1. So it's not the same in the dollar sense. I see what you're thinking, like 0.1 equals a tenth of $1.
I'm saying there's a problem with the decimal system.
Yeah, but if
okay, I can agree to that to some level. There is a problem with the decimal system in some ways. Because when you get to certain numbers that repeat infinitely, you're going to either, for it to stop, you're going to have to add something that doesn't exist to it to get it to stop, or you're going to have to take something away for it to stop. So that part makes sense. That's why you need to let the 1 times 1 thing go and just stick to you need to bring up a decimal. You need to bring up an equation that has a decimal that repeats forever, and that's where you need to start your conversation from. 1 times 1, or even trying to use a dime and break it down with dimes, that's not going to work. That's not going to work.
If a dime is 0.1 of $1, let's simplify it, right? But if you tell me, give me 10 of 0.1s, that equals 1. So that means I got 10 dimes. But if you do 0.1 times 0.1, then you get point.
You would have to split the dime into 10 pieces. Because you're gonna take that 1/10 of a. Never mind. Just y'all niggas.
0.01, right?
0.01.
Yeah, but that's a difference. So to me, the basics of the math, when you went there one time,
that doesn't go off to you. That doesn't seem off. That if we turn it into physical things, that's what I'm saying. Let's turn it. The problem with our math is they've reversed. They've allowed it to be all imaginary. It does not have any physical resemblance. It's all.
Didn't I just tell you math is tangible? I take 1 Baby Yoda poker 1 time. How many Baby Yoda pokers am I holding? This is that contrary. This is like, some people do that shit where some people like to be contrary to be contrary. Some people like to be in the minority, to always like play this role of a level of superiority thinking. But we have to be based in a certain level of reality, or none of this works.
Fiat, where it should be.
No, but I just do investment.
Reality.
The way I look at it is to say, what's 0.1% of, a penny? What's 0.1% of a penny?
What's the value of a penny?
What's 0.1% of a dime? It's a penny, right? It gets smaller, right? So that's
So he just agreed to everything I just said. He just agreed to it. He just fucking agreed to it. He just agreed.
Church out.
I don't look at it from the physics.
Wait a minute, 10% of a dime would be a penny.
That's right.
10%.
So 0.1 is 10%, right? So if you go to the investment side, the argument of one-time ones in investment, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, insurance, it stops right there. But you're going out there and saying 1 times 1 equals 2, and that.
We're saying that since our economics are still based on this linear flat plane geometry,
right?
You can still use the 1 times 1 equaling 1 to perform their economic growth and their economic reactions. But if you're dealing with universal interactions, you have to. Our money may go out linearly, and we may measure it on a flat plane, but as far as the universe behaving, how energy behaves, energy curves and wraps back around itself.
See, you're doing it again, nigga. Stay on topic. This is where y'all always go wrong trying to explain this shit. You can't explain how one thing one time equals anything other than 1 without running down these dark ass alleys of shit that has nothing to do with anything. We don't need curvatures and all this other shit for us to see with our eyes that one thing one time equals 1. This is where if I want to take the shit seriously, I can't, because you won't even admit the basic elements of 1 times 1 equaling 1. And then you bringing up shit like the Jim Crow shit, which that ain't nothing but dog whistling to niggas anyway, trying to get niggas to believe you, because it's like, yeah, we know about Jim Crow, nigga. Y'all got it, bro. Like you said, weed, Terrence. Yeah, y'all got it.
Energy doesn't follow a linear path. And all of the stuff we're talking about in physics and science is about energy. We're not talking about a fiat system where they can have arbitrary rules for the money, that anything can happen with the numbers. Something times nothing can equal nothing and violate conservation of energies if you're saying 1 times 0, or you can divide, you can multiply.
Okay, 1 times 0, Terrence. I have $1 sitting here, and I pick up $1 0 times. That means I didn't pick the dollar up. That's why I have 0. There's $2 sitting on the table. I pick it up 0 times, which means I didn't pick it up. So how many dollars do I have? 0. Just complicating the most basic shit to get, for you to be like, you know all of this shit about science, and then you're going to just go to the most basic element of shit and be like, that ain't right. Who taught you how to add? The white man.
By 0, but if you divide by 0, it creates an infinity, and division is supposed to be the inverse operation of multiplication. So what you're supposed to be able to do multiplying, you're able to reverse that with division. So if you cannot divide by 0, then you cannot multiply by 0. All of their rules that they break so that their economic pathway can remain consistent. You want to do that. But if you're talking about saving our planet, you're talking about how the universe behaves and how the energy of the ether behaves, then there's very specific associations to the numbers. Each number is alive. Each number has value. It's not imaginary. It's not intangible. It is going to have an effect. So we have to multiply it according to how the universe does it.
Okay. So I look at it more from the investment side, the math side, the financial side. But that's your theory. And by the way, Terrence, the reason why I think it's folks like you are important, very important, because anybody that challenges the status quo, that puts the establishment against the wall to kind of have to prove themselves, I love it. I think.
But how effective is that thought process if it's led to you just saying stuff that literally disempowers the status quo? If our whole thing is to try to push back against the status quo, it has to be based in a level of reality, or the status quo will just look good by just embarrassing a motherfucker by going, this nigga said 1 × 1 = 2. That's why they keep hanging on that, Terrence. All you need to say going forward is 1 × 1 actually equals 1. Anything other than that shows you got an ego problem, nigga. You're not going to curvature your way into it being 2. I'm not going for that shit, bro.
Bobby Kennedy did that, and Bobby Kennedy wasn't a scientist. He was a lawyer. And Bobby Kennedy got a lot of people in the health industry to be like, wait a minute, are we supposed to believe 100% of what Fauci is saying? We're not supposed to sit there and believe everything Fauci is saying. And he's not a health guy. So the credibility from the health institution was like, I'm a scientist, I'm Fauci, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Bobby doesn't know what he's talking about. So I would like to see something happen here where we're seeing a lens. This is why I suggested for you and your wife to watch the what was it?
Yes. The Stephen
Greer documentary about
the lost century.
Yeah, the Invention Secrecy Act of 1951. So let's go through that. Do you mind just taking a moment and share? You have a certain number of patents. I don't know what the number is. Say 30 something patents.
No, it's right now we have over 90 something separate patents.
For a nigga to be scientific, what is scientific about 90 something? I'm serious. How many patents do you have, nigga? What do you mean 90 something? I'm trying, Terrence. And contrary to everybody's belief, Terrence, I fuck with that sweater. I want one of them sweaters. Like, that's the perfect sweater to just sit around and play 2K in. I ain't even bullshitting. I need that sweater. I don't know about doing that satin hoodie combo. I ain't really feeling that. But the uncle sweater, I'm feeling that.
We have 30 different trademarks and copyrights, but most of the stuff are hard patents.
And the patents, are they all in the States? Or
all in the States. Well, I've got them worldwide. You started filing them here, but a lot of them are redundant patents in other countries.
What is this, Rob?
That's just how many, according to ChatGPT.
Okay, according to 94 patents.
94 patent applications, 60 patents granted. Terrence, you got to stop trying to live on this patent shit. And here's what I mean. I don't question whether you have these patents, but getting a patent that doesn't mean shit. Nigga, you can patent anything. That don't mean it's right. That's my only thing. That don't mean it's right, nigga. You can patent anything. You can patent anything. That don't make it right.
No, but 60. Okay, perfect. So you got 94 patents. What new findings? You know, what have you found where the average person can benefit from? And if you're sitting there, you said this is worth in the trillions of dollars, and you and I are speaking before. You're like, if another country gets their hands on this,
it's an end of America.
What have you found?
Well, we've been able to innovate. The first thing that everybody already knows about is the tangential flight with linchpin. We have provided tangential flight, the ability to fly around your own center of mass, and unlimited midair bonding. I mean, it's the end of cranes for the linchpin, because no matter how large the project is or how small it is, linchpins can modulate and cover over air, over land, over sea. You have flight vehicles that deal with, that are able to deal with the air or deal with space or deal with water. You have cars for the land, but you don't have anything that is ubiquitous to all of these mediums. And that's what linchpin is able to do. So when I say it's the end of cranes, so you have that. We've innovated flight. We've innovated geometry by having unlimited bonding. We've innovated lighting. We've innovated with our energy systems. And what I wanted to share with you, one of the biggest things that I talked about with the Howard comma, its ability to pull energy directly from the van der Waals or from the 0 point. We've already provided a means to do that, to where you don't have to pay for any energy anymore. The same thing when I talked about beryllium, utilizing beryllium, even though there was some idiot chemists that came.
Dr. Dave, I think he dissing you. Hey, Dr. Dave, I think he dissing your bitch ass. Dr. Dave was making fun of that nigga saying the sound of beryllium.
Out and said that what I said concerning beryllium was wrong, but I dare them to compare beryllium to, or beryllium's reaction to oxygen the same way that magnesium behaves with sulfur, the same way that selenium behaves with magnesium, sulfur, selenium behaves with, God, I just lost my thought.
Terrence, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying, bro. Anybody can get anybody can get a patent. Yes, anybody can. Dude, how does it going through a review committee mean that anybody can't get one? Anybody can get a patent. Anybody. It just depends what you're trying to get a patent on. If you roll up and try to get a patent on some shit that nobody else has a patent on, you can get a patent on it. It'll go through the review committee and you'll get it. It going through a review committee does not mean that anybody can't get it. No, anybody can. You just gotta have the money to pay for it. It can be expensive, but anybody can get one.
Selenium?
Yeah, no, because...
Can you pull it up? Can you?
Well, no, magnesium, you have...
Can you pull up the charts, Rob?
Yeah, really quick. The way that selenium...
Please pull the charts up. Yeah, quick, more fan.
Selenium...
Yeah, if you can just pull up the periodic table and zoom in.
Selenium's relationship with calcium.
Okay.
The same way that selenium will mitigate what's taking place inside of calcium, the same way that sulfur will mitigate what's taking place with the magnesium, oxygen, being the equal and opposite mate of beryllium, will mitigate what's taking place with beryllium. And they will always have a strong attraction to each other. So whatever bullshit that was being spoken by those chemists, they do not know what they're talking about. And the problem with utilizing actual beryllium is it oxidates. So immediately the surface of it gets covered, and so the reaction stops. But if
that actually makes sense, that part. If the beryllium has oxidation, it will do that. It will be covered in something that's not really beryllium because it's oxidated. That part makes sense. But let's see where you're going from here.
If you use the frequency of beryllium,
bro, I would never let this nigga drive anywhere because he makes nothing but wild lefts.
To separate the oxygen from the hydrogen and have small little apertures for the hydrogen to go through because the hydrogen is a smaller waveform. Then the oxygen will separate and the hydrogen will separate and they'll both be usable. We proved that. Science has proven that. Natural phenomenon has proven that, but they want to ignore that.
Establishment scientists has proven that?
They see it in everything, in all of their reactions. That's why they're using a lot of the chemists in a number of the interactions that they have. They'll use beryllium for a particular purpose because it will cause oxidation, and then they have a means.
And what's up, Crypto? I didn't say what's up. My bad.
By which.
Patents don't really mean shit in the grand scheme because it doesn't have any. Patents have, for me personally, they have no credibility because they can be bought, and all you really got to do is prove that you're not stepping on nobody else's shit. That this is your shit. It doesn't have. It's not. Patents does not mean that shit is proven right, and that's where I get mad at Terrence on that shit because I'm like, that's a level of almost like gaslighting you doing. You don't want us to recommend, or you don't want us to really listen to the science community and shit like that, unless it's like we recognizing your patents almost like the Bible type shit. Meanwhile, you can't even tell me how many patents you got. I'll give you this, Terrence. You are great at talking.
To reverse that polarization, pushes, whatever was oxidated onto it, and now it opens up the door again for the beryllium to work. There's a number of means for it. They've seen it work, but because it is in opposition to the oil and industry world, they're fighting it. And so I brought the proof. I brought the simple proof when I provided for you guys. I've on my.
Yes, they will. Hey, Google, what is a patent?
According to Wikipedia, a patent is a type of intellectual property that gives its owner the legal right to exclude others from making, using, or selling an invention for a limited period of time in exchange for publishing and enabling disclosure of the invention.
So, all you have to do is prove whatever it is you're going in there to get a patent on, that this is your shit and nobody else's. Y'all gotta understand what the word patent means something. And that's what it means. That's why anybody can get one. All you gotta do is make up some shit that don't nobody else have. It's intellectual property. It's to put a license on your intellectual property. That's all a patent is.
Website on Terry's Lynchpin, there's the white paper on how beryllium behaves and how oxygen behaves.
Who's broken that white paper down?
It's just gone up to my thing. I can't get anyone to do a peer review.
That's weird. Now, this is where Terrence Howard do look smart to me. That's weird. Why won't any of y'all niggas do a peer review of this shit if it's so cockamamie? If it's 100% cockamamie? See, but that's the part where I don't trust the scientists, because they're not going to even give this nigga an inch. They don't want to admit anything he's saying is true. They're trying to dismiss everything he's saying, and everything he's saying isn't wrong. Everything, I think the majority of the shit he say is wrong, but everything he say ain't wrong. And them niggas is gaslighting him in return by pretending. That's why they don't want to review it, because they would have to honestly tell the truth about certain parts of what the fuck he's saying and showing. And they don't want to do that because their whole point is to discredit this nigga at every turn. Peer review this nigga shit and embarrass him on wax.
Sent it off to publishers. Publishers refused to review it because Eric Weinstein, Brian Keaton, people came out, said the Dunning-Kruger effect. The amount of pain and suppression that's come my way because
I expect more from scientists. Me, I can sit here and just dismiss it because I'm not no scientist, so it makes more sense for me to just dismiss it on some nigga, you sound crazy. Because if the clapback is explain how he's crazy, I can't really explain it in a way that, most people respect, because I'm nothing but a weed smoking podcaster. But y'all niggas are the scientists. review it, highlight the shit, explain why it's. That's why when this NASA nigga come out here, you better, nigga. You better don't just dismiss this shit this nigga say. You better explain it.
All I've tried to do is provide the proof out there. Nobody wants it.
Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias.
No, I disagree that it's a waste of their time. How is really disproving this nigga a waste of time when he's getting all eyes on him everywhere he go? These are not little podcasts he go on. Pat Bet David, this is a big ass YouTube channel. Joe Rogan shit's 20 times bigger than this shit. And these niggas is letting him rock. Yes, there's a bit of mild pushback, which I don't think that their pushback's improper, because I don't want you to make him shut down. I don't want you to just be dismissive. But when you got this many eyeballs on this nigga, and yeah, take the time. What's it gonna hurt? Besides possibly your feelings. The scientists could make this shit so go away instantly if they all came together and admitted some of the shit he was saying is cool. Because then I could take the scientists more serious. But I hear certain shit he say. I understand. Everything he say, I can't sit here and say I don't understand what he's actually talking about. No, I actually understand some of what he's talking about. But every scientist, Dr. Dave, everybody, they'll say that nothing that Terrence says makes any sense and it's all laughable on his face. And that I cannot agree with.
Where people, Rob, it just completely disappeared on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. People with low competence specific area tend to.
The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias where people with low competence in a specific area tend to overestimate their abilities, while highly competent individuals may underestimate their skills. This is the conundrum. And I agree with that shit where it's like he can't get a peer review because they're not his peers. That's cool, but he got more money than y'all niggas though. See, it's hard for me to sign on to that whole, you have to have certain licenses in order for people to take what you said. No, when there's enough people that will listen to what a motherfucker say, then that's time to sit them down. If that's what you think you can do. If it's me sitting here on my little podcast with my little 16,000 subscriber channel in their eyes, and I'm sitting here spouting that 1 × 1 = 2, 1 × 1 = 11, whatever the fuck I want to be saying. And this ain't no diss to Terrence Howard. Just whatever the fuck I'll be saying. They will dismiss me because of the size of my channel. I'm not even to be taken seriously. What is the excuse for not? Why is it so hard? If what he's saying is so cockamamie, it just sounds like a couple of niggas get together on the weekend and bar this nigga out, but they yet to do it. They've yet to do it. And that, even if I say I don't understand some of the stuff that Terrence be saying, I understand that. And I understand what it means for niggas to be trying to pull that shit. So I'm very interested what this nasty nigga gonna do when he come out. Cause I don't trust a nasty nigga like that, cause you one of them people at the end of the day, nigga.
Overestimate their abilities, while highly competent individuals may underestimate their skills. This occurs when a lack of metacognition.
But here's the problem with the Dunning-Kruger effect, in my opinion. You're putting a bias on it to say that, you see, we can also say that somebody with a perceived low competence in a specific area is perceived. See, if you add the word perceive, it change all that shit. A person with a perceived cognitive bias with a perceived low competence in a specific area tend to perceive to overestimate their abilities, while somebody that's perceived to be highly competent Because what you're basically saying in that is there's never a level of, well, if a nigga's a doctor, somebody who's not a doctor can't learn how to be a doctor, or can't come up with nothing as good as a doctor or even better as a doctor because they have low competence. Because if they had high competence, they would just have the training to be a doctor. It's the same. Nigga, I go through it. I ain't trained to be a lawyer, so what everybody say about me represent myself in this case that I got going? Has it turned out the way that it's supposed to according to the Dunning-Kruger effect? Because I was perceived to have low competence in a specific area, law. And people sat here and told me that I was overestimating my abilities, and highly competent individuals like the lawyers of the other side did underestimate my skills, though. And they were wrong to. And look how they caught up over it. And they can't go back now to the time where they should have taken me seriously. So I get it. I get that. And I do understand that level of bias. And that's why I will not just flat out just go with these scientists. And if what he's saying, like, I get the whole thing possibly about the peer review and everything, but they telling me what he's saying is so cockamamie. I don't know why you don't just take 25 minutes to draw it out. Dr. Dave ain't the best messenger because he's too sassy. Dr. Dave can't. He's too sassy. And I don't mean that shit with no disrespect. He can't really have these arguments without getting personal with niggas. He just like he was sitting there talking shit about oh boy, Lord Jamar, bro, you was getting personal with the shit too, which all you gotta do is just bar the shit out. But like, I watched your shit when you go at Terrence Howard and the other nigga, and the shit be funny to me, but you go too personal. You discount everything he say. You don't even walk with him on certain shit. Like, all you got to do on certain shit is, okay, well, he's right on this, but when you walk down further in that same thought, this contradicts that. That's why X, Y, and Z. But they won't even do that, bro. And I have an extreme problem with that. I have an extreme problem with that. That's why I'll sit here and I'll fuck with Terrence Howard Rosie, but I'm not going to sit here and lie about stuff that I know actually do make some sense. I'm going to say, well, that do kind of make sense. I don't know. That's the whole thing with the whole other side that's against Terrence. That's why Terrence keeps getting these credible interviews. They don't even get that. If they would give the nigga the small bit of credibility, that's why, because Joe Rogan's one of those outside the box thinkers. That's why even if all the shit Terrence say don't make sense, if some of it makes sense to him and he see you, the mainstream, going, none of what he say makes sense, then he's like, well, there goes the Matrix again. And it makes those type of people go, maybe Terrence is more right than I even think, because why won't they even admit this part that I know he's right about? It's just fucking stupid, bro.
And prevents those with low comp. So they're saying you're low competent in this topic. That's what they're saying.
In this topic. This is what Neil deGrasse came out and said. And so now he owes me an apology. Why? Because with those same things that he said had no value, now we've already put them into a white paper, and we've been able to solve the 7 millennial problems and the 3 body problems with the same equations or substances that he said created the Dunning-Kruger effect.
So everything you sent me, everything of the white papers you sent
all
us,
those papers.
all of them, every one of these I have.
Oh, shit.
Right? Every one of these was sent to Dr.
Yu.
Dr. Yu has it. He's looked at him. So he'll come out here in a minute to give his perspective on this, and he's from NASA. But before we go there, there is a part of me that believes, there are inventions that the government didn't want to bring out because, God forbid, if they did, it would decimate multi-trillion-dollar industries, oil being one of them. I fully believe that.
It needs to go.
Huh?
It needs to go.
It needs to go. But,
KS, can you hear me?
Oh, who's going to release it? I don't know. I mean, look how long it took to find out who killed JFK.
Yeah.
Look how long it took with Epstein and some of these lists that we are looking at. Who did what to MLK? They're still hiding it, right? So for them to release it. when it comes down to Musk, what is your opinion on Elon and, you know, him being a net positive to society? Do you have an opinion on Elon?
Well, I think Elon
All right, I'm about to
is a
message you.
genius in his entire approach to dealing with society, first and foremost. And he's proven himself to be very capable as far as finding out where a problem lies and then attacking that problem and bringing the right people to it. I think he would have been very benefited. I was surprised when I didn't get anything from him after I did the Joe Rogan and showed the linchpin because of what he's trying to do in space. One of his problems, though, that I see affecting him is he believes in the vacuum. He believes in the finite, infinite universe, you know, where there's no pressure changes between the planets, that there's just this great vacuum there, and doesn't recognize that this is just like being underwater. You know, where we are at the surface of the water is like the Goldilocks zone. This is the Goldilocks zone on our planet. Well, within the solar system, there's the Goldilocks zone where the Earth sits, and this fits for us. You go out 147 million miles away from the sun, where Mars is, the nitrogen is expanded to such an extent, the hydrogen has expanded to such an extent, there's no way to contain that into the body, the flesh of the body, which is necessary in order for us to keep living. Oxygen, everything expands. You'll never be able to bring them back, these 147 million miles, back to where the Earth is. You're not going to be able to do that. Well, the 93 million miles where the Earth is. So anyone that goes out there, that's a wrap for them. Because, you know, 15 feet underwater, what happens to the nitrogen? It compresses, or 15 feet out of the water, it expands, and it keeps expanding. So anyone that tries to go out to where Mars is at that low pressure system where everything becomes mono or diatomic, everything is expanding itself out, you are dead. There's no way, the spaceship would have to be so tight, or the suit would have to be so tight that you would not have any motion. But the amount of expansion will not allow you to be able to come back to the Earth. Like if you took something from the bottom of the ocean.
So you talking kind of like when you got to go into, so I don't know if any of y'all know, like when you go really, really deep in the ocean, you got to sit in that, what's the name, chamber? I forget what, somebody tell me what the name of that shit is. You got to sit in that chamber for like some hours or whatever. Because if you come just straight up from the bottom to the top, you'll explode. So I understand what he's saying, or implode rather. Thank you, Scott. So I understand what he's saying on that. I do understand what he's saying on that. Hyperbaric. Or depressurization, it's not hyperbaric. Yeah, the depressurization. So that's why people that be on them deep sea submissions and stuff, you can't just come back up like that. And that's most likely a level of what happened to them one rich niggas that try to go down there on that shit. See, Gamble, what up?
And you bring it all the way up to the top, and then you try and take it back to the bottom of the ocean. What happens to it? It implodes at the change of pressure. We're made for this particular pressure condition at 93 million miles away. You're not going to be able to have a human...
Hyperbaric. Thank you, Cam.
Being on Mars, plain and simple. We don't have the proper pressure conditioned bodies.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, we know we don't. PBD, we at least know that he like... That what he's talking about right there, that's the actual thing that I do know.
It's impossible. You're just going to expand out and blow up. You will blow up.
Well, this kind of doesn't this kind of contradict though? Because on one end, you're saying it's possible to have 0 point energy, where oil industry and all this other stuff, and the industry is saying you're out of your mind. You don't know what you're talking about. There's no way, you know. And then here's what Lynchman. This is what we could do. Elon is saying, I want to go have, you know, life on Mars or on another planet. And you're saying there's no way that's possible.
No, there's life on Mars, but the life has changed. The life force changes. The system of water, H2O, changes as you go further out. two atoms of hydrogen, one atom of oxygen. I guess the further out you go, what happens to the next one? Does it become two atoms of carbon and then one atom of sulfur? It all continues out. The water life principle remains consistent.
Now, here's where a level that could be true, seriously. We as humans adapt to our surroundings. And if you want to simplify and say we as a life form adapt to surroundings. That's why, just even on our planet, you go to different parts of our planet, people sound different. People look different. People have different diets. People have different methods of speaking. So if you could be part of this universe born somewhere else, although we from Earth couldn't go there without problems, that doesn't mean that there's not life form there that was born into those situations and adapted. That's possible. That doesn't mean that's exactly what it is, but just based off that logic, it's possible. And we know that it's possible because of just how we all on the same planet, but be different than a motherfucker, just depending on geolocation at times. And when we change geolocations, sometimes we have to adapt because the way we talk may be different, the way we used to things be. I mean, we go to other countries, we'll have to drive on the other side of the road, sit on the wrong side of the car, quote unquote.
That's why in Uranus or those far out planets, they still have precipitation as rain, but now it's methane that's coming down. And it's just the water or the H2O, like what I was saying on Joe, was that the relationship between carbon and hydrogen are the same as the relationship between carbon and silicon, and the same between silicon and between cobalt. It's the same tone. It's just under a different pressure condition. So you can manipulate the entire universe by changing the motion and pressure conditions because it's all waves. It's not a physical thing. So,
but how would we change that pressure? If I can give you that, Terrence, how would we change that pressure? How?
As far as our bodies are concerned, if you wrapped an entire ship in molecular excitation and changed to where they are no longer part of the system, now
you make the change sound so easy. That part is, you can't change that pressure. That is what it is. That's like you trying to tell me that you can figure out a way for us to get closer to the sun by changing the temperature of the sun. Well, yeah, that makes sense, but how do we change the fucking temperature? And he's wearing a hoodie. That's one of them hoodie shirts, and it's a very thin. It looks kind of satin, but that shit look like some really good cotton, thin, like workout summer hoodie. I actually like that, not with the outfit, but just the hoodie design itself. And then it's a hat.
You can be out there, but using our traditional methods, you cannot do that. You have to wrap it in frequency.
How much have you followed what he says on how he's planning on doing that?
He's just trying to get the people out there. And I think what they want to do is mine that asteroid belt. That's what they really want to do, and that's what
You think the purpose is mining?
Is mining the asteroid belt. There's one asteroid out there called Psyche that's worth 10 quadrillion.
And I'm glad you brought up Denver. Pro athletes will tell you when we go to play games in Denver, that shit different. Meanwhile, if you play for the Denver Nuggets, for example, that mountain being a mile high up don't really fuck with you like that. But to other people, it expands their lungs, makes them to the point where it makes them tired faster. You get fatigue more easy. And pro athletes will tell you this is true. When we go play in Denver, it can be harder on your body. So I can't discount what he's saying. The only thing I want to know is, okay, if I give you that, how do we change it then, nigga? How do we change it?
And $10 quadrillion worth of tungsten and tantalum and rare earth metals inside of there. That's just in one. So their ability to...
Is that this one?
Psych, yep. So the ability to mine these asteroid belts, gets rid of all the mining on the planet. They want to get to Mars so that they can do some mining, but they don't realize that we don't need any of that stuff anymore.
Why not?
Because what the linchpin brings, by the resonant quality of the linchpin, the Howard comma, what that allows you to do is now have the universal template to put into any situation and open up. That's why it's used for faster than light communication, subspace communication, all the things that we've now put in the paper that I couldn't do before. When I first went to Eric and everyone, I was like, well, I'm shy in the mathematics, but I have the geometry, I have the patterns and all this. So what Eric Weinstein gave me was a book on differential equations and gauge theory. Well, what I was able to do with that, now I understand the math enough, and using AI as a guide, you can plug into it and give it the information necessary, because I'm sure the very first time that they start...
He's not lying about that. That's the truth. You don't believe me? Look up Google Notebook LM. Google Notebook LM. You can literally take the equations and you can put them in there with AI who is completely unbiased, that's just going to look at it like that. And then you can apply your own level of metrics to it to manipulate the data how you want. And manipulate isn't the negative version of that word.
The quantum computer or the supercomputer, the very first thing they tried to do was solve the three-body problem, but it couldn't solve it. And they tried to solve the 7 millennial problems, but they couldn't solve it with those computers. But we've been able to solve it by changing the paradigm.
Linux in the cut one time, ladies. We breaking out the Medusallas.
By changing to curve multiplication, by using a finite space, by redistributing the prime numbers, and by utilizing the actual curvature of the universe.
Eagle Minds, what's happening? And that's exactly the same thing, where it's like, and we as earthlings, if you will, we can be arrogant in that fact to be like, how can we have life form up there? We can't survive without air. Well, it could be a situation where those niggas can't survive with oxygen. There's a possibility. That doesn't mean that's for real, the thing, but that could be. We already know that these certain planets and stuff don't play by our same rules on a lot. So why would life form, if it exists there, be playing by our rules of down here when that would kill them there?
Been able to fix all of those problems.
Okay, so let's stay on that, because just yesterday we're having a very innocent conversation. Here's what the conversation was. Conversation is, one of our guys says, oh my God, this is crazy. I mean, I don't know if Terrence knows what he's talking about and all this other stuff. I won't give his name because, he's out there. And so another guy says, I don't know, man. I think some of the stuff he says, so how do you think the pyramid was built? What do you mean? How do you think those big rocks, where you think it was just, big slaves picking it up and put it? I think so. You think men put that up? You don't think they didn't have access to something back in the days? And how come we've not had? So he started kind of going through this. So then you see the debate, right? Your opinion, how was the pyramid built based on what you know?
Well, there's a number of different conflicting ideas on it, but I just saw something very recently on Lost History, where they were showing that the bubbles inside of the granite, or inside of a lot of the material there, they have these little bubbles that come as a composite, that it was not big blocks of granite that was necessarily brought up there, that they were actually mixing all of this stuff together. There's that approach. But then the idea of using resonance, something that we've always been able to use.
So when you say like mixing, are you talking about like when they was building the pyramids, they had like a level of quick dry cement, and instead of lifting blocks, they're just pouring a level of the cement, let it dry, then go around, pour another one, let it dry, and just stack up like that. I mean, that could make sense if that's possible, because then that it wouldn't take a level of extreme, machinery. Okay, Terrence, I can kind of rock with that.
You can, the same way you're able to blow on a sheet of paper or hum and see something vibrate, that's something flowed. That's something that's always been used. And the amount of songs, like if you think about the Walls of Jericho, and they went around it 7 times, singing, hitting a particular tone, and using...
Oh, I knew the left turn was coming. I was looking out the right window. I should have known I was about to be yanked back to the left.
Harmonic or sympathetic harmonies to either break or to bring things together. There's a number of ways of using frequency. That's how I think all of that stuff was built. I think it was done using harmonic resonance.
Interesting. Okay, so can we get Dr. Yu out here, Rob, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Can we get him out here? Okay. Dr. Yu, if you're back there, please...
come to the table.
His energy is unbelievable.
Hold on, what does this nigga bring to the table? Since we already got the table, we built the table, what does this nigga bring it to the table? And he better not come out here talking about he is the table.
Oh, I've watched
You are right here, sir.
Oh, look at him.
He said, oh, look at him. Nigga, Terrence is a whole ass savage, nigga.
Okay.
Ooh, hold on. Did you see what Terrence did?
Oh, look at him.
Okay.
He gave him that Asian handshake, nigga. He saw this nigga was Asian, nigga. So he gave this nigga this Asian handshake, nigga. Hold on. Terrence Howard, the gentleman, nigga. Hold on, nigga.
Great to have you. We met earlier. Pleasure having you on. So, Dr. Yu, if you don't mind, I have your business card here, okay? If you can take a moment, here it tells me Wei-Ping Yu, PhD, physicist, supercraft subsystem manager, spacecraft fluids, and structures branch. If you don't mind taking a moment and introducing your background, your experience, what you've worked on.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me on. And it's great.
Terrence wants to fix the...
Bro, Terrence, that nigga. That nigga's tie was kind of suspect.
Okay. First of all, thank you.
Nigga, yeah, nigga. You on screen with Terrence Howard, nigga. You need to fix that shit, nigga. Wait, Roseanne signed right there? Now, Roseanne Barr could have got the dick, like, well after her show when she started actually looking like a woman and she lost some of that belly weight. So probably when she signed that, I probably would have smashed Roseanne. TV show Roseanne? No.
Thank you for having me on. And it's great.
That's all you can ever do, Asen. Give somebody a fair shot. That's why it's I'm glad you said that, because it's very important to give people a fair shot. Because if they on some bullshit, they will eventually expose themselves. If they don't have all the answers, if they telling you they got all the answers, and it will show. It will eventually show if they do or they don't. That's why it's better to not gaslight. It's better to come to the table genuinely to try to really understand what a nigga's saying, because maybe you can learn something. Maybe Terrence, what if Terrence, we don't, look at it like this. Let's assume everything Terrence Howard is saying is bullshit. Let's say that, right? If you listen to this nigga, are you telling me that there's no possibility that he couldn't trigger a thought in your mind that can help you use the knowledge you have and apply certain things to the knowledge you have in a way that you ain't never thought of? If you can't even admit that, then don't even talk to this nigga. It don't even have to be his idea. If you listen to him and he's like, and you be like, that doesn't make sense. But if we actually took that and did this with it instead.
Terrence wants to fix the.
He's a perfectionist.
Yes, yes.
Utter professional.
I love Ty being right.
Yes,
Utter professional.
My name Wei-Ping Yu. I'm currently was employed by federal government, NASA.
Okay.
So I'm the physics based on the training. I have a PhD in engineering physics, and I have did a lot of fundamental research. And so when I'm the founder of called the U-on theory of everything, try to bring the bridges between relativity and the quantum mechanics, and try to find out the unified.
Nigga, push the mic up to your mouth, nigga. Can't hear shit you saying, nigga. You losing credibility already. You don't know how to tie a tie. You don't know how to make a part, and you don't know how to talk into the microphone.
Theory of everything, just like linchpin theory, right? And
have you guys ever met before?
No.
This is the first time. This is very important for the audience to know. You guys have never met.
Never met.
And you're currently working for NASA.
That's correct. Okay. I'm currently working for NASA. But let me make a disclaimer, if you can. So all the views and the opinions expressed here represent purely on my own and does not reflect any of those of my employer, NASA.
Fantastic. And I appreciate you saying that. So, you know Eric Weinstein. Have you guys spoken before? Have you guys met before?
Yes, Eric Weinstein called me. So we were talking about on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes while I was traveling in California.
Okay. And did you have a chance to watch the exchange with, Terrence and Eric Weinstein on the Joe Rogan podcast?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
It's a very interesting exchange. Yes.
Okay. So
interesting exchange indeed.
Have a document here. I think it's even maybe a.
Trent, what's happening? These niggas be lying on me.
This is that was sent by you, right, to us.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What was your impression from you hearing the exchange between Eric and what Terrence was discussing? Was there anything where you said there's some credibility to what Terrence is saying here? I don't know if I agree with him, because you would be to the marketplace. You're part of the establishment, scientists. You've gone through.
Thank you for stating he's part of the establishment.
School, and you've gone a different route than he has. What was your impression of the exchange between the two?
I know one of the focuses is on the statement, Terrence made by 1 times 1 equals 2.
Yes.
And I believe a lot of focus on this statement. In my view, of course, on my conventional view, I would disagree with your statement. However, I notice, the definition of 1 time multiply 1 is different between traditional class than in Terrence's talking. He's bring another dimension. Okay, bring another dimension, 3-dimensional or some kind of things into this one. So I believe the difference is probably the definition and the model in our own mind, the difference. I do not believe fundamentally some kind of difference. If we have more time to discuss the detail, but not on the setting.
Yeah, no, and what I'm doing I'm contrasting the linear projection. And
let's stop right here. This is where I get mad. This is where I feel like y'all be gaslighting Terrence on purpose. Let's agree to disagree on the 1 times 1 thing, and let's go to other shit. I'm tired of y'all niggas wanting to use up so much of his interview just to talk about that one thing, which I think what he's trying to express, in my personal opinion, he would be better off expressing in a different way of talking about certain math problems that end in infinite numbers. if he would try to have that discussion, it would sound much more different than him trying to have that discussion with something so cut and dry as 1 times 1. Look, you the NASA nigga. We got to move on. I don't want to talk about that. We've already discussed that this show. You already heard that. Get on to the next shit, nigga.
Attempt to multiply linearly, just repeating, in comparison to multiplying volumetrically. So you're right in adding dimensions. And these necessary dimensions are dimensions that you exist in. Nothing exists in a 2-dimensional space. Even a 3-dimension, like you talk about 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, those things are not, you cannot measure them until it has height, width, and depth. So it all becomes basically imaginary as far as the real world goes until it has at least the 3 dimensions of height, width, and depth. And then it needs your 4th perspective in order to be able to measure it. So when they're talking about 1 and 2 dimensional things, I'm just looking at, okay, another imaginary thing, because it has to be in motion. It has to have width. It has to have depth in order for us to be able to consider it. But they consider 2-dimensional space, or our mathematics, is all based on reductionary attempts to reduce things, living things, down to dead things.
Doctor, you read the white paper. You read all the papers here that he sent, right? We sent you yesterday.
I don't know. If you got to read it.
No,
I hope you throw them into the AI, because I'm like, this is a lot of stuff.
Did you have a chance to look through some of it?
Yes.
Okay. What's your impression of what Terrence is saying here, and how much credibility is there behind it?
Okay. So I would say, I'm not talking about the credibility. I do not believe one's credibility based on the education and how many degrees or how many years, even years of working in the field. I believe this intelligence could come out instant. Like Terrence mentioned, from the gift of divine, is that right? Yeah. Something, and instantly. Like me working in physics field for decades, I just got to recognize there's something fundamental wrong, which something happened, in Terrence's interview, he mentioned about something fundamental wrong with quantum physics, which I actually agree with.
What's that?
Let me first talk about the first thing. The first thing, talking about the fundamental wrong, this is a secret to current physical community, is something we got wrong by we made electron model wrong. This is electron is elementary particles. In physics, is found that elementary particle cannot be subdivided, do not have another detailed structure or something. And if we get this wrong, and what happens next? So if we get the electron wrong, I will explain why we get it wrong, if you have the time.
Yeah, I can help with that too.
And then if we get the electron wrong, we get called the planetary atomic model. You know the model with similar model is planetary with orbiting free electrons. We get this model wrong. So what I find is there is no free orbiting electrons around the nucleus at near the speed of light forever, constantly. That's completely wrong. So what's the implication?
That makes sense.
Of this one. So first, we got the electron wrong, and then we got the model wrong. What happens if this atomic model have no orbiting electrons, no free, called with the principal orbit? Entire quantum mechanics built on this model
is wrong.
Were completely out of water.
Because their foundation on the electron, their view of the electron, they saw it as a particle, as an individual thing, when it's an entire cloud. It's an energy, it's a wave of energy. That's what the electron is. It's the discharge coming from...
See, this is where it goes left for me, because you just saying it. How can you show that to be true?
Accumulated electrical potential. The discharged electricity, the devitalized electricity, is what we're calling this electron, or this magnetism.
Because that's the thing. When he's explaining it in the way he explains it, it can make sense. But in order for it to make sense, you have to leave out very key shit in the beginning, where it's like, how do you know that? Show me these electrons in wave form, not just with some hand gestures. Show me, because I've seen science books of how the electrons and the protons and the neutrons and shit really supposed to work, and how we do orbit. You just saying, no, we don't, but you're not really showing it. That's where it goes left.
And they're seeing it as a particle when it's just a waveform. It's
Right,
a pressure
trust me, bro.
condition. It's a resonant thing that can be manipulated by other frequencies, that you don't need actual force, but you can create the conditions to change and affect a waveform.
What are you going to show something? You brought some props.
I'm going to expand my statement, say why we get the electron and why it's so significant.
Okay.
So from, I believe, from the 1785.
1785, he said.
Physicist Coulomb proposed the Coulomb's law. It says there are two types of charges. One is negative, one is positive.
Mm-hmm.
And the like charge repel, unlike charge attract. This is a fundamental law. It's a great discovery. However,
it's wrong.
The mistake is he described the two charges carried by two separate particles.
Instead of having everything being both positive, having both attractive and detractive things. It's a dipole. It's not a monopole. And the way they're seeing it, how can something, this is something that always got me, how can you can say something is charged, positively charged, how can it be negatively charged? How can you negatively charge something? A negative charge is a discharge, means that it's coming out of it in comparison to attracting into it. So their entire terms of a negatively charged particle is wrong. It's a discharging particle.
Can let me strengthen your idea?
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is a brilliant, a discovery and the root cause of our physics. So now people would say, how do you know how can we get the electron wrong? Entire modern technology is built on electrons, right? So that's why all the interpretations are needed to be rewritten. So let's assuming electron is negative charged and proton is a positive charge. Now, what happens if we split electron into two halves? Hypothetically split, geometrically split. What do we get? Two negative charge particles?
Two negative charge particles that come together and make a positive.
Can we put the two negative charge particles together?
No. Negative things are always going to push each other away. They're always going to push. They're always going to push each other away.
Violate Coulomb's law. So it cannot exist in this universe, or if there's other universe.
It cannot.
Ever.
And think about Kirchhoff's law regarding the black body. Now, this is where Planck.
That actually makes a lot of sense. If you split it in half, how the fuck is it two? Because it was just together, which means it couldn't have been together because opposites or the same pushes away. So how the fuck that actually makes sense. See, I respect the NASA nigga at least in that. Because it's like what I said, where it's like, all his shit ain't got to make all the sense, but if it at least tips something, and that makes a lot of sense. So are we saying it can be split but can't go back together?
If you could look up Kirchhoff, this is where the Planck model came from. Max Planck was working off of his model, and part of the radiation from Kirchhoff's law was that a black body, it's always going to radiate into these individual cavities, and these cavities are not going to be dependent on the temperature of the walls. They're going to be dependent upon the temperature of what came in there. That was all wrong. Kirchhoff's entire law is wrong, and that's what Planck was based off of. But you look at the Planck model and think about it talks about if you want to do a Planck charge and all of these things, you have to use gravity. Gravity is included in there, and the speed of light is included in there. But gravity at the Planck charge, at the Planck point, is not supposed to be in effect. It's not supposed to. When you get down to the quantum area, gravity is not something that's able to affect those small areas. So why is gravity part of Planck's constant? Or the speed of light, which we know changes constantly depending upon the medium that it's going in there. So having the speed of light as a constant, having gravity as a constant in Planck's charge lets you know that this is the Planck's charge, that Planck's entire Planck number is false because they've changed the speed of light. Now they've attached it to another thing in order, instead of, so that the speed of light doesn't fluctuate, they've attached it to the measurement itself. So it's always going to be the measurement. That's wrong. That's fudgery. Rupert Sheldrake talked about that. And about morphisms, with the speed of light being fudged and changed. So all of their principles are seemingly fudged.
Who has questioned this?
See, that's where you're going too far. Even if I can agree with the holes you just poked into that make total sense, that does not by definition mean everything they said is wrong. And just because you could be right about that one part of something doesn't mean you right about everything. No, no. This is like going up 8 points in the first quarter and saying that guarantees you'll win. No, it doesn't.
Over the years, like what scientists?
Dirac, Feynman, all of them questioned it. That's why they were like, all of this renormalization makes this stuff bad.
So now you are running at the speed of light. Okay, I'm gonna just try to bring the audience on. So if we say it's wrong, very easy to say. What is right? What is really, we talk about the electron, really what it is? He mentioned about it. So if we cannot have a single charge particle, what happens? The so-called electron, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Are carried both positive and negative charge as one particle. Now I want to question the audience, what kind of particle in this world? I know everybody since 3 years old, you know this term. What carry both of charge? Do you have a guess?
Hydrogen. Everything.
Oh, you are talking about, in the chemical terms.
Sorry.
I'm talking about in terms of what type of a particle, not that time. Magnets.
Yes.
Magnets is the one, it carries both negative and positive charges. And I will explain this, some misconception about the charge and the magnetism. But so-called the electron is actually dipolar magnets.
Why does this matter? What
Great
does this
questions.
reveal?
Let me expand. Let's say,
please.
Because of we assuming electron is a negative charge particle, so then, there's a great Niels Bohr build his Bohr's model, right?
Yeah.
Build the Bohr's model, say, hey, we have a positive charge nucleus, and we have a negative charge the electron. How can we measure them? Because we assume atom is neutralized, right? How can we measure them with a negative particle and positive particle? And the one assumption is that they cannot in contact. Once they are in contact, that's create matter-antimatter annihilation. So if they are not in contact, how does atomic model has to work to prevent negative charge and the neutron and protons in the nucleus attract them each other? It has to be rotated. It has to rotate, create a revolution, or we can spin.
And this is what I was saying. The spin is not because of some spinners. The spin is coming from the the balance of action and reaction. Because of the resistance, the spin has to occur. Because everything in the universe is balanced, in order for it to interact, it has to spin around it, and which means that it is a finite and confined space, because otherwise it would just keep moving away from each other. But the fact that it spins tighter.
So rotation is required to create a centrifugal force to balance the electromagnetic attraction. So that's where comes the Bohr's model. And this model is built based on negative charge particle and the positive charge nucleus. If both nucleus and the electron protons are magnetic particles,
they are
they going to have this rotating? Do they need this rotating? No. They are naturally connected.
Right.
So atomic model, so what I found, atomic model has no rotation part whatsoever in atomic model. There's no rotation, it's only what the parts may vibrate.
It's all vibratory oscillations.
Already. That's
But
how
it's not oscillating, nigga.
our light's created due to vibration.
Everything
waves.
is resonance. Nothing, there is no solid matter. It's not a force-based universe. It's a harmony-based universe.
I'm so trying, nigga. Please just let the NASA nigga cook. Please. I just want to hear what he got to say, Terrence. You can rebut. Let me hear this nigga.
And therefore, that's why everything has the prime resonant frequency by which it bonds or break bonds. You can manipulate anything into anything else by creating the right harmonic or resonant conditions. That's everything that we've been talking about. We don't need, the reason it's important is now you're able to manipulate the universe without hurting the universe. We don't have to use barbaric measures anymore. We can now take the subspace in energy that's coming from another thing, they've gotten rid of the ether. Now this entire thing, and so they've created all these other particles to carry these charges. All these particles to carry these charges that used to be carried by the ether. They got rid of the ether, and then it was like, but light has to be carried on a wave. The ether has always been that wave, but what we've proven with the wave conjugations, back to the other question you asked, the wave conjugation.
See, this is where you start fucking up, is when you start going back to other questions and shit like that. You convoluting the shit.
The linchpin and the all shapes, mirrored all shapes, these create the conditions of the ether. They define the ether in itself that allows all this stuff to move. And what they're angry about is not that I just have the patents, but also the super grand unifying supersymmetry plus now the equations that prove everything that I've been saying. That's why I wanted you to see the papers before. Yeah. And the three-body problem, solving that now with the idea of the proton and the energy of the electron. Now we're able to manipulate the universe's energy by rebuilding the planet Saturn without gravity. Now we can use that. Now we can manipulate the energy of the universe to create any condition we want.
That's alleged. That is alleged at best, my nigga. That is alleged at best, at absolute best. Your idea of rebuilding Saturn that way, that does not equal that you will be able to change any of the conditions for here on Earth. Why don't you just rebuild Earth in that same manner, rather? Come on, bro. I'm trying, Terrence. I'm trying, Terrence.
Now that's the end of oil.
Cam,
that's
you a
the end
fool.
of big tech because they have to change everything out. But that's going to happen anyway because we're behind the gun.
Are you considered a rebel amongst your peers? Would they consider you a rebel or no?
I believe some generally outside my circle, they, because I basically keep my discovery in-house and everything. When I did a lot of lecturing or public speaking to university and conference, and they have a serious talk with a physicist, they would agree with me after normally half hour or 1 hour conversation, they would agree with me. Let me extend your questions. You ask great questions. What's the significance? If electrons are not a single charged particle, it's actually a dipolar magnet. So they are impossible have an atomic model with something orbiting around a positive charged particle. It was naturally connected. So in a real atom, like all the images with technology, we all see just like a lattice shape of the sesame ball, the lattice shape. They have an elasticity, that means they have a distance, but they cannot separate it. They have elasticity to recovery. So the significance is if there is no principal orbit, right? So there is no such concept of quantum jump, quantum leap, which is a very, very controversial odd concept at the time. During the year, Niels Bohr proposed this one, because in reality, the solar, let's use the solar system.
You don't see a planet jump into another orbit. Out of nowhere, the planets don't Mercury doesn't jump into Venus's orbit. That's what he's talking about. There was none of these huge jumps that they were predicting with the electron model.
Can you pull that up, Rob? Because I fully understand what he's saying, but I want to visually show it. So orbit, meaning if there is...
Just look up electron orbit. Yeah, if you look up the electron orbit.
Go.
This is a crazy looking picture.
Go to images.
And they believe that electrons spontaneously jump into
That's a good one.
Orbit. Yeah.
Who's
S1,
they?
S2, S2.
Who's they?
Eric Weinstein, the standard model, their whole thing.
Standard model of particle physics. It's all based on the quantum.
But you have to match
orbits.
it. You're supposed to match it to natural phenomena. Can you imagine if the Earth out of nowhere just jumped into Mars's orbit? What that would do to the solar system? And have you ever experienced that in...
But I can play that game with anything. What if this? What if that? Saying what if don't mean shit.
Observing any of the other solar systems, because what's large happens on the small, and what happens on the small happens on the large, because it all has to fit together. You can't have imaginary stories of, okay, this happens in the quantum space, but it's prevented from happening in the macro space.
Can I
yes, please.
Enforce this concept? This quantum jump is different than solar orbit. Say Mercury suddenly, due to external force, drift to different orbits. It's totally different concept. In quantum mechanics, everything's fixed, and this jump cannot be continuous through space and time. It's not space-time, okay? Through space and time. It cannot say, somehow, from this one to other one, you cannot go through the space. You cannot have a time difference. It happens instantaneously. How that happens? You have to, the matter has to, like Earth, has to entirely disappear, become a virtual pair, and then instantly appear on the other.
It has to vaporize and become a different pressure condition so that it can now fit into the next pressure condition. Solid things fit in solid spaces and tight, high pressure systems. Vacuous things fit in low pressure conditions. And in order for the Earth or for anything, an electron, it has to change its condition, and that happens. It's called condensation. Everything happens.
I see what you're trying to say, bro, but you're hopping over the big part that the NASA niggas talking about, which is the basic how.
In the condensation of one pressure condition compared to the next pressure condition. And that condensation flips to the next space. It remains consistent. That's the crystallization. And that's what they've been lacking, having the platonic solids, utilizing them as a base, this Cartesian space that doesn't fit the universe, how it behaves. They're now getting blocks to where they can make something fit linearly, but when we're talking about space, and space is curvature, you can't do a straight line out here because everything is going to orbit this way. The reason the three-body problem was a big problem, because they could never dictate how the orbits were going to behave. They could do it with two bodies, but anytime you added a third body, it went into chaos. Well, us being able to solve the three-body problem, which I can't wait till you get a chance to look at and go through, but that's why I was asking you guys, please put it into your AI and see what the AI says, because the AI says, all of the AI says, all it's lacking now is being verified, that we've actually solved the problem. But what that allows us to do now is being able to move in space, because we can predict where these orbits are going to go. It's
that part makes sense.
No longer a chaos-based world, because now the world is based on harmony. It can be predicted, and they've made money from the loss and from the lack of understanding.
Because you're right with the whole dark matter thing, where it's like a lot of these terms and stuff that are accepted now really don't mean much of anything, the same way that Terrence makes his own terms. It's just a way to explain certain shit.
And we are able to solve the Heisenberg problem. We're able to manipulate the Schrodinger equation, the Dirac equation. All of those papers we've done from the Howard comma having the right geometry. They missed the geometry. That's what they've been missing this entire time, and the fundamentals. Like, what's your thoughts on the universe? Is it finite or is it infinite? Or is it infinite?
Of course, infinite.
You think infinite?
Yes.
Now, I say it's finite. And this is the reason why. If you were to take anything inside the universe, let's say a pebble, and you drop it into a pond, and again, it expands out. If the universe was infinite, that would just expand out forever and would never come back. But because of once those expanding waves hit the edge of the pond and start returning back, they're hitting more expanding waves. And now they're creating these standing waves. These standing waves are the first geometry. So the proof of who we are, the fact that we have shape, happens not because we have shape from something inside pulling in. It's the returning waves that's meeting these expanding waves, because we're in a confined universe, that confined finite space. If everything inside the universe has a boundary, and that boundary is expanding, then this bag holding this universe, this bag of bounded things, would ultimately be bounded by the very last particle. An object. Go ahead.
Yes.
If that's true, Terrence, just how I'm thinking about it, then nigga, that means it's the same thing that I tell a lot of niggas that's flat earth shit, especially rich niggas that say it. I'm like, you rich, get on a plane and go to the edge of the earth. How can you prove that, Terrence? Where is the end of the universe? Which way do we need to go off of the earth's axis to reach this wall you saying exists? I'm just asking. I'm just asking a serious question more than just saying you just wrong. I'm seriously asking. Which way do we go to get off the earth's axis to get to the end of the universe? And will Captain Marvel be there?
We have a different definition, understanding about the universe. In me, the universe considers space a three-dimensional space and the time. So, right. Of course, in Terrence's explanation, you have a boundary. I believe he was talking about the boundary, so he mentioned about the ether. the so-called the ether. I do
like
believe light have nothing to do with a particle. Light is a wave. In order for wave to propagate, wave need a carrier, which is, if we do not use the ether, so I would say is electron, is a magnetic, it's a magnetic medium, electromagnetic medium. So now let's talk about, he said that the boundary. I said that the universe of three-dimensional space is infinite, and the time is infinite. However, I did not mention, say, hey, the medium, the light-carrying electromagnetic, the medium has to be infinite. So for, let's say, for each solar system, we may have a concentrated medium, has a boundary. So either traveling to somewhere, coming back, you will see that one, right?
Yes.
Does not exclude, entire universe does not have a vacuum space without even medium. So what happens to that location? You will never see light. No. However, whenever we can see light from the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago, since we can see the light, so we know there is a field with the medium throughout our visible universe.
I want to share something. One of the papers that I sent over to you guys, this was the abstract, and it was the necessity of a finite universe, a wave-based mathematical framework. This is what...
Which one is this?
This is the necessity of a finite universe.
Rob, do you have
right
that?
there?
I do. Okay.
Right there. Let me read it. It says the abstract is, this paper rigorously demonstrates why the universe must be a finite system by employing a wave-based multiplication paradigm, the energy conservation principle, and the fundamental mathematical relation of 1 × 1 = 2. We present mathematical proofs illustrating how finite systems inherently how infinite systems inherently violate energy conservation. Furthermore, we derive equations from wave mechanics to show that the wave reflections and conjugations naturally confine energy within a closed harmonic structure, linking the universe to a hypothetical or hypothesis to observable cosmic wave fronts, basically proving ultimately that an infinite universe is mathematically impossible because of conservation of energy.
See, when you start telling me something that's mathematically impossible, when you also say 1 × 1 = something else than 1, it's where it go left for me.
Energy laws, because if you have an infinite universe, then there's no such thing of having a finite amount of energy in a particular area. When you get to the small confined spaces, you end up with problems when you have an infinite universe. And that's one of the things I think's been holding people back, but you just said it correctly. The medium is finite. The potential reactions are infinite reactions, but the medium, the space we're in, is a finite space, I would think.
Rob, can we put that through OpenAI?
Okay, if that's the case, then we should be able to instantly prove that we can take off on the Earth's axis going in one direction, and we'll eventually end up on the other side of the Earth. This is easy to prove. This is easy to prove.
Which, if you wanted us to put one through OpenAI, which would it be?
Either one.
Okay, put that one through OpenAI. See what
and
kind
ask
of
what it says, considering it. The necessity. That's what I love. Let's get a let's.
Do you have it, Rob?
Yep, the necessity. Okay. And what would you like me to ask ChatGPT?
Just ask it to evaluate it. Is it right or wrong?
I wouldn't put my face on ChatGPT's answer.
Facts.
Well, I couldn't get an evaluation from any of the...
Because that's the other thing. Just because the AI say it's real or right, either way, you can't go off of that because there's so much you got to understand when using AI. Hallucinations and all these other things. that has to be taken into account. Agreed, choose.
You know, authorities out there, all the universities.
There we go. After evaluating the document, Necessity of Finite Universe, a wave-based mathematical, here's a breakdown. Interesting idea presented. The paper introduced a wave-based mathematical framework to argue the universe must be finite. It builds on linchpin geometry, tetrahedron shapes, and Howard coma ideas largely associated with Terrence Howard uses.
See, there it is right there.
So like wave reflection, standing waves, and energy quantization to support those claims. Critical issue, scientific inconsistencies, core math.
Critical issues is scientific inconsistencies. Number one, core mathematical flaw. 1 × 1 = 2. Sweetie! You told him to put it in the AI, nigga, and the scientists tried to put you on game by being like, I wouldn't have done that. Now, nigga, now you got to diss AI, nigga, because the number one problem they said you got with this whole theory of yours is 1 × 1 = 2. This is what I kept telling. This is what I've been trying to say this whole time, where it's like, even if some of the stuff you say makes sense, you are skipping over the shit in the very beginning that can even make any of what you saying is possible. So even if the stuff can sound logically like, okay, that makes logical sense. But nigga, when I turn around and see that it's all based off your beginning thesis of 1 × 1 = 2, that's where. Oh man, shout out to this doctor.
Mathematical flaw 1 × 1 = 2. This claim contradicts fundamental arithmetic and is not accepted in any legitimate mathematical system. Multiplication is defined such as 1 × 1 = 1. Redefining this without rigorously peer-reviewed mathematical framework makes the rest of the paper logic untenable.
Oh my Lord, Terrence. Why, Terrence? Why?
2, unverified concept terms like...
Even AI is like, nigga, get the fuck out of here.
Howard coma, tetrahedron shapes, linchpin geometry are not recognized in mainstream mathematical...
You did this to yourself, Terrence. You were doing all that talking, and all I can think about is the NASA nigga literally saying, I wouldn't have did that. That's true, Asen. But the one thing that AI don't lie about is 1 × 1 = 1. It's going to give you that answer. There's certain questions you can ask AI. It's going to give you the same answer every time. It's when it gets complicated, when things can start hallucinating. But when the AI starts off by saying, there's a core issue here. You said 1 × 1 = 2, and I don't know what the fuck that's about. So even though the AI could lie about something so complicated, when the AI explains that the reason I can't rock with it is because he's saying 1 × 1 = 2. That's why, what did I say to Terrence that he needs to do from Jump Street? For anybody to be listening or even remotely believing what he said, what did I say from Jump Street? How long we been on? Almost 4 hours. What did I say from the beginning of this shit? You need to get away from 1 × 1 = 2, because that's where it's all gonna fall the fuck apart everywhere.
Physics, these concepts do not appear in peer-reviewed journals. Misapplication of physical laws. The paper refers to wave mechanics, conservation of energy, and quantum equations, but applies them in non-standard or speculative ways. For example, replacing Planck's content with Howard's coma constant is unsubstantiated and lacks empirical validation. And last but not least, citation issues. The reference include real scientists Einstein, Planck, alongside fictional or pseudoscientific collaborators, Howard Seeley, Yi
et al.
Yeah, et al. There's no known peer-reviewed body of work by these authors. Verdict, not specific.
Now, I will say this, AI, just because Einstein and Planck are recognized as quote-unquote real scientists, that does not mean that these people that you are deeming fictional or pseudo-scientific collaborators are wrong just by definition.
Scientifically valid.
That's what they would say. Now, if you put in, that's why the stuff that I sent you, I wanted to you have to put in the curvilinear thing into AI so it has the full, base.
You're watching When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong.
In which to evaluate it, because one of the things that the computers or the AI has been lacking, its foundation is all based off of the Cartesian space, off the 1 × 1 = 1, off of a redundancy inside of a system instead of matching it to a universal conformed system. So if you add in to that, let me see.
Doctor, question for you. Do you, from, working with NASA, the government, how often do you guys use, whether it's for papers, credibility, things that you question, how often do you guys use Grok or OpenAI ChatGPT?
We are not allowed.
You're not?
Terrence, this is a devastating point of the interview for you, nigga. Like, this is a whole 10-8 round, nigga. You've just lost the last 3 rounds 10-8, bro. Like, this, bro. Bro, like, we are not allowed. Oh, shit.
Do you guys use, whether it's for papers, credibility, things that you question, how often do you guys use Grok or OpenAI ChatGPT?
We are not allowed.
You're not allowed.
I believe that use reliability in the integrity of them. Use this third, use this commercial software. That's not really vested. Is accurate.
Right. You don't like. People use AI wrong. You don't make AI do work for you. You give what you do with the major work is, if you are going to use AI, you give AI side missions. You don't let the AI even remotely try, because it can't understand the reasoning of a human like that. It will never be able to, because it doesn't possess what we deem as a soul.
And so I believe we have to write exactly, use our own research.
Because I'll tell you why, Trail. What's happening? Because when you using AI for stuff like writing papers, emails, checking grammar, and all of these things, and then advanced mathematics and all these other things that AI can produce, reproduce, and shit like that, just fine. People tend to leave out the fact that and with a lot of people that are afraid of AI and stuff, then it can overtake us. AI can never understand human reasoning. We could try to teach it all we want, but whoever's teaching the AI is only teaching them their level of human reasoning, because there's certain levels of human reasoning that we, even though we humans, don't understand. There's certain ways that people move that we don't understand, even when they can be successful in their movement or unsuccessful. There is certain ways that people move that we don't understand. And so if we can't ever understand it, how the fuck are we going to teach a machine? We can't. Because don't know one or not even 100 niggas possess all all ways that a human would react and reason to certain things. Not even 1,000, not even 100,000.
So academia, scientists, you know, the establishment side, you guys don't touch OpenAI.
Let me rephrase this one.
Not OpenAI. They have their own AI.
Initially, we are not even allowed to install ChatGPT on our government computer.
Really?
Yes. But however...
Why though? Why? What's their reasoning? Is it because
they don't own it? Whatever reason he's going to say could literally change if the government strike a deal with ChatGPT. I mean, the government is not even allowed to use Google products. Like they can't use like Google Chrome, shit like that. And they'll tell you it's for one reason, but just know if they ever were to strike a deal, they could and would. So whatever he's getting ready to say about why they don't really use it, I call it a wash because I know how the government work, and it's a deal away from them doing it.
They want you to do the work of what it's doing? Or
because ChatGPT is based on the majority opinion. It's not really give you scientific results. It's only based on somebody's results.
Exactly.
Sided. It does not create, so far, it does not create anything new, in terms of solving the mystery in physics. It cannot do that.
I'll give you an example. You don't go to AI to ask AI for legal advice. You go to AI and ask AI to cite law. That's how you can use AI to teach yourself law. You don't ask the AI, what should I do in this? Because they don't know you, your circumstance stuff. You ask them about the law. What does this law say? Okay, since this law says this, well, if this were to happen based on this law, is that allowed to happen? And that's where Terrence is kind of fucking up because he's just writing his shit. And what he wants the AI to say is basically what I've said, where it's like he wants the AI to go, well, if I get past 1 × 1 = 2, if I can get past that, some of this stuff makes sense. But AI ain't built that way. AI is built from a foundational standpoint. Well, he's built the foundation of this whole theory on 1 × 1 = 2. So, untenable. I hope that makes sense.
Can you ask him to please upload all of the papers that I sent to you into the AI so it'll have more than just that one paper?
Rob, could you do that?
I can do that. It only allows you to upload 10 at a time. That's...
Use Google Notebook LM. You can put up to, I think it's either 50 or 100. The fuck kind of AI are y'all using? Let me look at Google Notebook LM. On Notebook LM, and I got Notebook LM Plus. You can upload 300 sources. What kind of cheap free shit are y'all using? Because I think the free one of this is 50 sources. This shit, you can add 300 sources. Man, are y'all running game on Terrence right here?
The biggest problem. So
yeah, it's only like 10. How many we got there? Like 10 that we gave you?
I think you're more than 10.
Yeah, I'm at about 21 different documents.
Oh.
Go to Notebook LM.
It's fine. Just do 10 at a time twice.
But it's only going to take, 10 documents each time? It's not going to make a... Never mind, bro. Yeah.
Just let me finish the thoughts.
Yeah.
But we after a year or two, and then we do have a new lead technologist do mention about it, give us a training on use AI to write to improve the writing. So I believe now, so we do allow to use casually, but not in scientific writing or something. I believe.
Basically what I just said, where it's like, I can use AI, I can tell AI the rules of this shit, and then use it to shorten up my workload in the sense of like calculations and shit, but I can't use the AI to write the theory itself. And that's what Terrence is trying to do.
It still has the restrictions.
Amen.
What fucking free, what are y'all using, Chat GTP or GPT or whatever the fuck?
I've been very interesting.
Yeah, all of the stuff that we've been doing, the reason that we were forced to go to the AI route was, like I said, I brought all of the wave conjugations, I brought the actual geometry to people like Eric Weinstein, and they did nothing with it. Instead of evaluating it, I thought he would share it among his friends and talk about it. No, they just set it there, even though it was 4 grand supersymmetrical systems.
Let me ask a question from you, Dr. Yu. Because the argument was made that peer review, you're not a peer to review it, like you're not a qualified peer to review. Is that how it's seen in your world, where a peer review is another person that's a qualified doctor, schooling, and they've done the right thing to look there?
That's the common practice.
Exactly. And Sarah, exactly. And if you use AI on certain shit, you have to push back. Because here's why I tell, like, sir, I will tell the motherfucker AI, I'm like, you lying. Here's the difference. You have to make sure the AI is analyzing the data from the proper viewpoint. You have to over-explain. That's why a lot of people ain't really good with using AI, because people get frustrated with second checking and triple and quadruple checking and manually checking. Take the AI answer out of the AI and check the shit yourself. So sometimes with the AI will, I don't even like call hallucinate. It'll just be wrong because it's looking at it from a different vantage point than the way you trying to push it.
In established physics community, but I believe this is a gatekeeper to silence, to squash, to suppress.
Really?
Different opinion. Yes. And this is a very convenient tool. Say, how many peer review you have, how many sightings you have. If you do not, they very hardly even get you to go through the publication. If you cannot be publicated, right? So how can you get cited, get it peer reviewed, right? The only peer review, you submit the paper, they send it to those, about several review board members. You know what they have? If you disagree with their fundamental concept, you said entire quantum mechanics is not true, and even relativity is hypothetical. Of course you will not get a daylight.
No,
from their review.
But they want to keep their entire livelihood is based upon maintaining their current status quo. And they don't want to change that. Like he said, you get your PhDs based upon repeating what they've taught you before, not by challenging what's been in existence, but by
and that's a fact. That's an undeniable fact.
Confirming what's in existence, so they don't want to grow. They want to maintain the status quo. And in order for us to grow, we have to keep challenging the clothes we're in, the bed that we fit in, the physical shape we're in. We've got to keep pushing the boundaries, and they've taken that away because they've got profit margins associated with it, and they won't do the reviewing.
Do you think that's what's tied to it, Doctor? Do you agree with them that it's because of, is it just the same old, this is how we always do it, you're an outsider, we don't want to give you the credibility, you're not
Facts. That is true. That's true whether Terrence is right or wrong. This nigga could literally be right, and your niggas will still be saying the same motherfucking shit. So, yeah. Yeah.
One of us. Is that what do you think it is?
Perception is, but I have to give credit. There's many of non-conventional theory does have a lot of flaws, very obvious
Appreciate that, Diana.
Mistake or typos or flaws very easily to being picked on. So in that point, I believe we need to have some gatekeeper, some standards, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not constrict called new ideas. So I wanted to make a further point. It's very important in physics community. If a quantum model is not correct, right, we throw out. So how can we resolve the four fundamental forces in quantum mechanics?
The weak force is off. The interpretation, the strong forces are off.
And?
The electromagnetism and gravity. Gravity they could have gotten rid of a long time ago. The gravity issue sits out there, and the electromagnetism that they've been trying to bond forever, instead of recognizing that they're already one system. But their approach is completely off with it. They see magnets, they don't even see magnetism properly. They don't see it as this expanding centrifugal force, and they don't see electricity as this contracting centripetal force. They don't see the motion of it. But I cut you off. I shouldn't have done that.
Very good. You know, I wanted to make sure people understand that without quantum mechanics, we only need one single fundamental force, which is
motion. Everything comes down to motion.
We are talking about the force right now, the force in the interaction, magnetic force. So now people are often talking about the electromagnetic force. So the people confuse about the electrical and magnetism. I remember you mentioned on your maybe on your show something, electro and the magnet. What is your contrast between them?
That electricity is always spinning northeast, seeking a higher pressure condition, spinning to the right, trying to get to the apex and the center of something, centripetally spinning. Then as it gets to the center, it gets pushed out by another electrical part of the wave. And once it gets to the edge of the boundary and no longer has the potential of being trapped in there, now it gets devitalized. And as a result of being devitalized, it's no longer able to spin northeast anymore. Now it's spinning southwest because it's taking on.
Hey, Dub. God bless. Have a great one. God is indeed great.
Putting on these things. It becomes magnetism. And it's spinning southwesternly, centrifugally, expanding outward. It's expanding in sixes, whereas before it was contracting in 3 sets of 5s, in 3/5. The contraction happens here. Electricity contracts, magnetism expands. It's the radiation compared to the so-called gravitative force. That's how I see it.
Let me give you my version. Before James Clerk Maxwell, they treated electricity and the magnetism completely separate thing. And what James Clerk Maxwell did is unify them, establish connection. So it defined, in one of his equations, defined electrical field time varying of magnetic field. Let me explain in my own discovery.
Please.
So-called electrostatic
Rest easy, hero.
electro field. This is a secret in my theory, called the Yuan theory of everything. Static electro field is exactly magnetic field. And dynamic electro field, that means what? Time varying of a magnetic field is when you have a magnet has a magnetic field, right? Magnet in motion. That's what they call the time varying. Whenever you have a moving magnetic field, that's called the electric field. That generates electricity.
And the thing with our universe is they measure things as if it's dead, but everything is in motion. Everything is alive and in motion. There's never anything that's still. And we keep measuring things as if they are dead and still and going to remain in this set place when things are not just stuck here. They are always in motion, and the motion is always spherical. The motion is never in a straight line. It's always spherical. And if they make that one adjustment and start measuring things based upon the spherical or spiral nature of everything, then all of their measurements would equal up. Then they would have balance in their energy systems. But because they're using straight lines, I use this point again, like with a computer chip, you have these 90-degree angles with the computer chip. It keeps turning, going at the speed of light or just under the speed of light, hit this 90-degree wall, it has to stop, then build up its energy and go again. Well, that's heat that's built up in each one of these 90-degree turns. Each time that heat builds up, what does it do? It destroys the electrical signal, because electricity is balanced off by magnetism. Magnetism creates heat. The heat is those points. Now the signal breaks down. So they
see, there you go, saying shit that don't mean shit. The signal breaks down. What the fuck does that mean, bro? Come on, nigga. I'm trying.
They keep having to cool the system in comparison to how energy really moves in a circle. Now there's no interference being built up. Now the chip works a lot smoother, but the way they're doing everything, it has this entropy, this unnecessary resistance because of their ideas on straight lines.
Terrence, what's your outcome with this information? So in an ideal situation for you, what would you like to see happen?
Great question.
I wanted to see the world change. I wanted to see us get off of fossil fuels. I wanted to see us get off the planet using resonance and no longer burning chemicals. I want to see us using resonance to heal our bodies and no longer using chemicals or oil-based chemicals. What I want to see is the planet change. That was what I wanted to do. I'm not sure that's going to happen. I feel like now what we have to do is start our own breakaway society and use these technologies that they're refusing to use and just build a whole separate world, because they're not going to come along because they are attached to this dollar.
So the idea of you wanting peer review and others to review it, it's for what? That prompts
That was
what?
happening before because it would open the door for them now to accept it and to start using it. But in view of the fact that more than likely they're not going to review it, more than likely, and Eric Weinstein was right, we are not peers. I don't have the degrees he has, and guess what he doesn't have? He doesn't have an understanding of how the universe works.
You don't think Eric Weinstein
has no understanding of how the universe works because he has rejected the geometry that supports how the universe behaves. He didn't even evaluate the geometry.
Nigga, this is where you lost the NASA nigga right here. This nigga's like, I try to let you be on your little shit, nigga, but this is where you lost. I mean, he downright laughing at this nigga. PBD looking like, what the fuck, nigga? That is a beyond extremely arrogant position, Scott. I mean, nigga, like, he go too far. So this is when that God complex shit starts sneaking in. This is when the God complex starts sneaking in. This is it right here.
Geometry. He did not. And then when I asked him about, does an action times an action have a reaction concerning the 1 times 1, he obfuscated. I hate that word. He ran away from it. He kept diverting. And guess what? We are not peers because he doesn't have it. He hasn't invented a new form of flight. He hasn't discovered unlimited midair bonding. He hasn't done any of the things that I've done. He doesn't have any of the patents that I have. Now, whether they want to monetize them or not doesn't change the fact that these things are real. And like I said, if I have to go to China and allow China to now build if I go to DJI, I bet you they won't hesitate a moment to use linchpin. And then the U.S. is unable to use them. And then what happens to it? If I give my energy system to another country, What happens to it? The same energy system that they're trying to squash here. What happens to this place if I do that, which they're forcing me to do? Do you know that they took away my passport out of the blue? Just took away my passport. First they said my passport, that I had some child support things, and I was like, that's some BS.
So they took your passport away because you owe child support. Damn. I did not know they could take your motherfucking passport if you owe child support, nigga.
Took 4 months to argue that I had no passport issues with child support. Then it's like, oh, it's your taxes. It's you owe taxes, so we're going to take away your passport. Why? So I couldn't go to Dubai. Why? So I couldn't go and get this stuff financed. It's all the suppression, and I'm like, okay. So after I'm done here today, when I get home, I'm going to put online the equations necessary to have a thing called unlimited energy, to be able to pull energy directly from the flux, just to say fuck you to the world. I'm going to show them how to pull energy directly from the flux.
Nigga, do not look straight into the camera when you start saying this type of shit.
Your thoughts when you're listening to him?
Yes,
Don't do that. Patrick, you ain't shit. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's some hoe shit what you just did right there. Your thoughts to that? That's some hoe shit, nigga.
I have to be careful. Alex Weinstein, I consider my peers, right? I respect his intelligence, but I do believe his geometric unity theory is heading wrong direction.
It's wrong because it should have been finite. He needs a finite space in order for it to work. His fiber bundles don't work.
Fiber bundles? Fiber bundles?
Its entire Hopf vibration disappears because gauge theory becomes redundant once you introduce linchpin geometry into it. That was one of the things I tried to share with him that he refused to look at. First, I sent him a paper on how the linchpin helped with the Hopf vibration and how the linchpin could help in gauge theory. And then I had to rewrite the paper and show him how the linchpin makes all of that redundant. He didn't respond. It's sitting there in this thing. He hasn't responded. That's the thing I told you to send over to Brian, because I'm like, let's go to war. Since you're going to call me an idiot, let's go to war. And I want all the papers. Now I want the war to take place through written white papers. So you're not just sitting there talking garbage anymore. Now you have to validate what you're saying.
So that nigga gets your smoke for free. But if I want to talk to you in support of any of this shit for 15 minutes, it's going to cost me 12 bands. Got it. Oh, minimum.
Because the papers are here. And if you say the wrong thing, I will sue you now.
I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
That's the reality of it.
One of the scientists said it was quite jumbled, hard to follow, and quite frankly, grandiose at first glance. A true revolution, whether within string theory or supplanting string theory or replacing string theory, requires extremely abstruse mathematics well beyond the postgraduate level.
Well, tell them to evaluate it now. If they're just going to look at it, now evaluate.
I agree with him on that.
Put the math, put the equations in. You could say it's grandiose, but look at the equations and evaluate, is the equations, does it actually solve the problem? And if it solves the problem, and that was the whole point of doing the AI. Does it solve the problem? Is there a problem mathematically or with the formulas? No.
You're here. What suggestion would you give him? You have
stay off the weed.
Have enough. Like if he really wanted, if let's just say
first of all, he got to stop smoking that Fent. He's got to put the Fent doggy dog down first.
His claims are real, okay? How should he go about getting this information out?
So he has to be buy-in from the public, from the physics community through that basic principle.
Got to be shepherded in.
Correct. And then...
What does that mean?
Come this way, and we'll let you in. But you're going to have to let go of other principles that you're talking about.
Why is it like that? So it's another, is your world you're in, is there also an establishment and an anti-establishment in your world?
Oh, I believe this happened to many different disciplines too. But for me, by general public or by the physicists, the celebrities, or the board members control the part, I don't believe that's more important than tell the truth and discover the fundamental law of nature that's true to yourself and true to God. Yes. I believe that's the most important. For me, I believe I do discover the fundamental truth. And so we just shared electron. That's the root cause of all physics, classical and modern physics. Yeah. If an electron is not a negative charged particle, we cannot have an atomic model with empty space and with nearly speed of light orbiting
There's no such
electrons.
thing as empty space. Everything is filled. Yeah. Everything is filled. And that's why what I brought with my model, just so that we wouldn't have any confusion. Because they can try and confuse the 1 times 1, even though the calculator will show one thing in comparison. That's why I solved the 3-body problem and put that out there. And I'm asking, and the thing with Saturn, and I'm asking everyone out there, since I'm not given the opportunity to have a true peer review by universities, all you have to do for the rebuilding of the planet Saturn to prove whether gravity is an effect of electricity and whether dark matter and dark energy is real things or not, all you have to do is put into Blender the same thing for...
Nigga, what?
Rebuilding the planet Saturn. If we're able to rebuild the planet Saturn without gravity, without animation, without dark matter and dark energy, then we've proven that gravity is nothing but an effect of electricity. And I'm asking everyone out there with a blender to do that and post what you put up to show whether or not I've proved that gravity is nothing but an effect. But the second thing I want everyone at home to do is please take the 3-body problem that I've put out there and run that through your AI and see if there's a problem. And for the scientists, please compare it. Have the conversations. Please tell me whether this is true or false. If it's wrong, you'll never hear from me again. I'll walk away. But if I'm right, that means that we have a bigger conversation to have. And I put it to the 3-body problem. I stand behind everything we did in the 3-body problem. Examine that and tell me if it's false. I walk away for good.
He mentioned about he rebuilt the universe without dark matter, dark energy, dark matter, dark energy, and
without gravity.
And without gravity. And this is very important. I wanted to, before the ending, I wanted to make sure audience understand what that means. And also, I want to add another thing before we end this one, is without the quantum mechanics model, the fundamental force, only one fundamental force, and I will try to explain why we do not need strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and gravity.
Please.
Okay. So remember, I said that there is no called a solar called a planetary model. So there is no orbiting electron. So all electron and the neutron and the proton, they're all made by magnetic particles. So they all have charge. Of course, a neutron would say, hey, cancellation, a positive and negative cancellation become a neutron. But that's not important. The most important thing is, since every particles are magnetic particles, they are not going to happen. When magnets contact, you have called a like charge repel, because magnetic force is coupled north and south. It's a couple. Whenever you two magnets in contact, what happens? If you see now we have a like charge repel, it rotates. Eventually, always in contact. That's the most stable structure. That's why we see all matters, all atoms are in one piece. They are not separate. Yeah. So what that means, we do not need a strong force. The strong force is mentioned based on single charge particle, single charge, say, nucleus made by protons and neutrons. They're all like charged particles, or even no charge. But how they overcome magnetic called electrical repulsion? So that's why they create artificial force. So this
dark matter and dark energy.
So everything naturally in contact. So then we do not need a strong force, and we also do not need weak neutral. Weaker force explain the radioactivity. So alpha, decay. So particle fly out from the nucleus. In current theory, nucleus does not have an electron, right? But in radiation, weak neutral radiation, we have an electron ejected from a nucleus. Does that sound?
It does not happen. It does not happen.
So basically, the nucleus, the so-called ejection of particles from nucleus, the nucleus itself is a magnetic particles, and under external interaction, somehow, suddenly turn the particle originally becomes the opposite pole attract, suddenly become a like pole repulsion, under certain conditions, of course, it eject. So weak nuclear force explain the radioactivity can be easily interpreted by magnetic repulsion.
And radiation is more easily explained as being discharged electrical potential or devitalized electrical potential. The radiation on a football field is the players that just finished their turn and go and sit down on the bench and try and recharge. That's the radiation, when they're putting all that energy out and they go and sit down, and now you have the positive charge of people coming back in there that's been rested up and able to do it again, and then they go back into a radiative or magnetically discharging state. The energy breathes in, you breathe it back out. It's that simple. It always is breathing. Everything is breathing.
Sorry about the point. I want to go back to the most important concept, gravity. So what is gravity? We said gravity does not exist.
Gravity is an effect of electrical discharge. It's the space. It's the draft that happens from electricity moving through a system. You get a small gap. That draft is what we call.
That draft? Come on, Terrence. Oh my god, that draft.
Gravity, and then it's caught by the next wave. It's caught by the next wave.
No, it's okay. You got props.
Mm-hmm. Easier for audience. I'm targeting college student or high school student. So I try to explain what gravity is now. Remember one thing. Gravity force is different than all other three fundamental forces based on the quantum theory, right? Standard model of physics. Say gravity is a unilateral attraction-only force. Does not have a repulsion, right? So we said, anti-gravity is not possible. That's all wrong, okay? So what is gravity? Based on the current definition, gravity is a unilateral attraction force. You know one thing. So gravity is not a fundamental force. Do you agree?
Grab your mic.
So gravity is not a fundamental force. Just based on that one.
No.
All fundamental forces
it's an emergent.
Have binary.
It's an emergent force.
I like the term. It's an emerging property of a mass system. So emerging from what? We are talking about force. You have to emerging from a force.
It's resonance.
Resonance is still the vibration mode. It's still not force yet. I know you're almost there, okay? Sometimes people say electromagnetic force. I would say simplify to magnetic force.
But that again is motion. All of these things happen as a result of their motion.
Motion requires force. Because of existence, so there's a natural bone of magnetism in every single matter particles. And that one causes interaction, means whether combine them or repel them, right? Interaction. So what I try to say is, let's reframe this called gravity is not a fundamental force. That's number one. Gravity is an emergent property of a particle system of magnetic force. So we can say gravity is a second effect of electromagnetic body.
Like I said,
You
it's an
agree,
effect of electricity.
Another way to say it, I wanted to repeat a different way, called residual force
Draft.
of a magnetic body.
And the magnetic systems are trying to do one thing, rotate around each other. They're not trying to bump and stay like this. They come and they begin to rotate. Everything is about orbiting another system. And ultimately it will leave that orbit. But it's just a moment of orbiting.
Yes. Now I wanted to demonstrate one counter argument to say, hey, you said gravity is not a fundamental force, but gravity, the strength of gravity is dramatically different than electric force, magnetic force, or electromagnetic force, or strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force. How you square about that one? That's what I'm trying to demonstrate. So I have a line of square magnets, right? So if I put this one here, you would expect it to attract them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is a magnetic force. Nothing important until I folding them. Tell me how many of the balls.
Repulsive now, or
how many balls I can attract.
Man, Terrence can't answer that shit. Hey, I see what you doing right now, NASA nigga. Now you trying to choke this nigga out. now you trying to choke this nigga all the way the fuck out.
Probably all of them.
He think about it because of center of gravity is lower, right? Magnet is lower, so we should attract all of them instead of two of them. Your take?
Well, to multiply electrical potential, like with wires, you wrap them around each other.
Yeah.
So by wrapping those more on top of each other, we're multiplying its potential. So the electrical potential to pull things up or to attract should be greater now.
Greater now. You both agree until why? That gives the concept of gravity, the difference between gravity and the magnetic force.
Terrence, he just made you motherfucker come to his side. This NASA nigga cold. Hold on, that NASA nigga cold, the way he just Jedi mind trick Terrence. I've yet to see anybody be able to Jedi mind trick that nigga like he just did.
Magnetic force, when you fold it, what happens? Positive and negative. It's vector, right? Positive and negative vector cancel each other. So it becomes a neutral now. So that's why you cannot pick up.
With a magnet. But when talking about gravity, when speaking about how gravity behaves.
Gravity is a summation of this mass system. So if I fall force more, when you fold it even more, the force even less. So
it's
that's why
containing itself. But
you can make gravity the magnitude.
Disappear.
It is basically disappear. It's a factor. Gravity is smaller than electromagnetic force, including by a factor of 10 to the 36 power. So basically, if you have a one charge of electron force, right? You know gravity is one as a 0 point. You add 36 zeros, and then add 1. So that's the gravity. So basically, gravity is 0. That's why gravity never occurred in quantum mechanics. It cannot occur in quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics dealing with electromagnetic interaction. Gravity is 0, with 36 zeros behind it, so it's 0.
That's why I was saying gravity in the Planck model, when they use it in describing Planck or the speed of light, it disqualifies Planck from being a constant because gravity isn't a constant. Depending on where you are on the Earth, the gravity is different. If you place something at the equator in comparison to something at the pole, it weighs more. Is gravity the same as weight? You put something at 100,000 feet up in the air, it's going to weigh different than it does on the land. So gravity is now a conditional fact that changes depending on where something is. Or like I said, if you take a balloon and you rub it on your leg and you put it on the ground, now here the Earth is attracting through gravity, so-called, all of the attracting everything to it. But you put that balloon with the static electricity over the ground, and the same dust, the particles that the Earth is pulling to it, now this balloon, being so much smaller, is able to pull those particles up to it. Why? Because electricity is greater than gravity, almost 137 times stronger than the gravitational pull is the electrical pull. And that's why I say gravity is an effect of electricity, not the attractive thing.
Dr. Yu, let me ask you, watching him speak, and he's doing what he's doing, and you say something, he answers it. You say something, he answers it. You say something, he answers it. As a self-taught guy like this, how impressive is that to you, for him to have all these theories?
Tread lightly on that question.
Number one, I'm not necessarily agree all the details with him, but in principle, I would think he did got the fundamental concept correct. Say, electron is not true. Is that you cannot have a amount of charged particle exist.
Nigga, basically all you saying is this nigga know 5th grade science. I need you to be a little more specific.
Foundation of my Yuan theory of everything. And he did get it correct to say, hey, I can rebuild the universe without gravity, dark matter, dark energy. So now we can explain what the dark matter. So we know gravity is just called a summation or called a residual effect or called emergence.
I like the summation. It's a summation of all
of the electromagnetic force of the system, yes, right?
I like that.
You like that one. So now, so we got that grounded. So that means gravity is a manifestation of magnetic force. Okay, we know that one. So now we wanted to solving dark matter, dark energy. That's lots of people try to put a bet on their Nobel Prize.
They only
on
threw that, but they threw that in there trying to solve it because they didn't have enough matter based upon the gravity, all the equations on gravity. They didn't have enough matter to have the spiral, so they just started adding things in there because they weren't using the magnetic returning waves to generate the things, the same stuff that we did in the rebuilding of the planet Saturn. Instead of it being an internal attractor, we allowed the returning waves, the magnetic returning waves, to be the thing that's causing the structure. Everything is made not by being pulled in, but by the weight of everything else pushing down on top of it. That was our approach in doing it, and being able to rebuild Saturn literally without the animation, without gravity, without dark matter, without dark energy, having the hexagon at the top of it, being able to have all of the energy flows, that in itself, that's why I put that out there. I'm like, hey, rebuild the planet Saturn in your blender and prove that gravity is nothing but an effect. That's what I'm asking. Please do that.
I want to share something with Patrick. I say, if you can understand that we are talking about dark matter, do we need a dark matter? Number one.
No.
Then how we come up with the concept of dark matter? Terrence mentioned about it. Because we're missing gravity force.
From mass.
Based on mass. Gravity force is purely mass-based, right? If we do not have enough gravity to hold a galaxy, spiral galaxy together. We're missing something, right? Also, we have to make up something. So we make up, say, okay, we do not, some matter we cannot see. So dark matter, that means the matter existed, but we cannot see. We cannot feel. Yeah. Even cannot detect. We only know the effect, right? So this is, what's wrong?
He said all I hear is God is great.
Newtonian gravitational equation. That's wrong. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anybody.
No, you're not. You did right.
You agree with that one? Newton's gravity equation is actually...
Terrence, bro, he know he outmatched right now, so now that nigga trying to concede some shit he normally wouldn't.
Newton defined as a universal, called universal. There's a universal gravitational constant.
And it was wrong.
There is no universal.
That's why I was saying gravity at different places is it changes depending on the distance from something, all of those things. So it means it's a conditional fact.
Newton's law of universal gravitational
That's right.
states that every particle in the universe attracts every other particle with a force along a line joining them, and the force is direct proportional to the product of masses, inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. So you're saying that's incorrect?
Oh, that relationship, empirical relationship, we can use, and I already have rewrite this equation. Get rid of this singularity point. So right now, Newton election has a divided by distance r. If r equals 0, so the gravity becomes infinite. So that's not exist in the universe, right? So I revise that one, get rid of singularity, but that's not important. The most important concept is the mass here. The mass in this, as in the gravity, is not actually constant. It is varies. It is actually derived from electromagnetic.
It's always some fundamental thing that he leaves out. And I feel he does it on purpose because it's the only way that he can make them shoes fit on them feet. Good night, Hero.
The interaction.
That's listen to you guys. One, I realize I'm not a physicist. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. And the level of intellect needed for this, it's very impressive. Just listen to both of you guys. I love listening to this as well because the market's going to react to it and they're going to try to tear apart some of the argument. And that's great. That's what you want. Mm-hmm. Where do people find all the other things for them to run through? Are all of these public or no?
Go to Terry's Linchpins.
Okay, so all of that is there.
All of that is in Terry's Linchpins. The moment you pull it up, we've got an actual section, and it has about 10 of these papers in it, and we're going to add, there's about 60 papers altogether that we've done since we can't get publication anywhere else, and I'm asking them to please, depending on your curiosity, you want to talk about anti-gravity machines, then here we go. You want to talk about pulling energy directly from the flux, here we go. You want to talk about tangential flight, here's the papers on that. So everything is in there.
Terrence, question before we wrap up here. Just a couple questions for you, the audience interest having nothing to do with this, so more on the acting side. So the movie you and I talked about, Fighting. Because to me, I've seen you in a lot of movies, but that role was my favorite.
That nigga just like, look, we done talking to your bullshit. Get on to the good shit.
Of yours, the way you did the voice, the way you walked, the way you moved. What was?
First of all, shout out to everybody who's still rocking. Hit that like button. We got 3 hoodies left. Pat Bet David, you may continue with your Vince McMahon suit.
What was the character's name, Rob?
Harvey Borden.
Yeah, Harvey Borden. How did that come about? That specific character.
Dito Montiel, one of the best directors I've ever worked with. He directed that. He also directed A Guide to Recognizing Your Saints. I mean, it's a really beautiful director, but he took me through New York. The character was supposed to be like LL Cool J driving a Hummer, pant leg rolled up, it's supposed to be some money guy, and it did not fit what he was doing in the thing. So the director took me through New York. We were walking, and he was like, he tied a string to my leg to shorten my gait so that I had about 6 inches. So I didn't have the stride that I wanted, and he put a briefcase in my hand. And he said, I want you to imagine yourself as a 65-year-old Jewish woman trying to express herself inside of an urban area.
65-year-old Jewish woman.
That was Harvey Borden. He was a 65. He had the statements and the intonations and the way he acted, the way he argued, everything. He was like a 65-year-old Jewish woman. That was the basis of my character.
Yeah, that movie was phenomenal. Channing. And by the way, this is a year after Iron Man, right? Because that came out in 2009. So Iron Man, I read somewhere, I almost didn't believe it, so I'm going to verify it with you. Iron Man, it says you were the highest paid guy in that movie at $4.5 million, and they only paid Robert Downey Jr. $500,000. Is that accurate?
Maybe. I don't know what they paid him exactly, but they weren't giving him any grace, and he was phenomenal. He deserved to get higher pay later on. He really did, from the work he did.
Well, why was it? Was there Did you guys ever talk about it? Like $500,000 for Robert Downey Jr.?
No, he was just coming in. They remember
Robert Downey, bro. Iron Man saved his life. I understand why they paid him $500,000. He was bro. People couldn't touch him. You almost got to look at Robert Downey Jr. as if 6ix9ine got his life right and just became successful without ever getting in trouble again. That was Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. was, bro, they made fun of him in pretty much every show on TV about that nigga being a dope fiend, alcoholic, all of that shit. So yeah, they took a big ass gamble with him doing the Iron Man shit. And if he would fuck that up, and he didn't.
After we did the first one and it made $1 billion, they still came to all of us and was like, oh, you know, I know we're supposed to pay you $8 million for the next one, but we're going to, and we did a 3-picture deal. We're going to let you come back for $1 million.
Oh, well, thank you, Massa.
For 1/8 of what even though we had a success with what we did, we're going to let you come back for $1 million.
Let you come back?
Let you come back. They did that to all of the actors. Marvel came and did the shakedown on everybody.
Why would they do that, though, Mark?
Because they can.
Facts.
Yeah, but when you think about movies like that, don't you think like the main guys make 10, 20 million on per picture?
Later on they do, once they get the lock-in. Robert was smart enough, because I bet you by the third one, he got his 20 million. You know, and I can't fault him. The shit that happened to me happened to me. That's just part of the business. You know, it eats you alive. It's not mean. It's just the nature of the monster.
So you were only in one of the Iron Men.
Just on one.
And what caused it not to come back? Because you were.
They said they were going in a different direction. And
nigga, you asked for that bread. Stop playing.
In the character, because my character was supposed to take over the franchise, but Robert did such a brilliant job that they were like, okay, that's why they hired me first, because my character was supposed to be Rhodes and was supposed to take over. So right. It was the most important part of it. But the work that Robert did was so phenomenal. I mean, I became a fan of his for life, but he was so phenomenal that
But you wanted to be paid more than he was being paid, and he was fucking Tony Stark, nigga.
Allowed him that he was able to continue that walk.
So on the second one, Rob, what does it say? That
$10 million up front.
To who?
To Robert Downey Jr., as well as back-end
Okay.
deals tied to the film's performance. And then for the third one, a salary of $10 million with total earnings reportedly reaching $50 million which include profit participation.
Man.
I will say he earned it. I'm not mad at him. I should have watched my back door. I was so busy trying to help other people. I should have
Not the cap.
watched my own back door, and that's a lesson that you've got to learn. You can't take it personal.
Terrence, you work with a lot of guys in the space. Who was one where you were enamored, where you're on set and you're just watching saying, what was this all about? Who shocked you a little bit?
Oh, wow, that's a big question. That made me just sit there and take notes. Nick Nolte was the only one. Every take he came in, we applauded him. We gave him a standing ovation. Every take, every single take, because he was so dynamic in what he was doing. I've never met a better actor in my life that just shuts me up.
That's a shocker.
Okay.
Nick Nolte was in the movie Warrior with Tom Hardy.
Mm-hmm.
And Gavin O'Connor, which is, I love that movie.
Nick Nolte was in Blue Chips.
Was he coaching Blue Chip with Shaq?
Coaching Blue Chip, yeah.
He was in coaching, yeah, wow. Yeah, he was...
My favorite performance of him is what he did in The Hulk. That conversation that he was having with Eric Bana, the conversation, he channeled everything. He never holds anything back. So I love actors that just really pours it out. Like, I can't keep up with Joaquin Phoenix no more. Joaquin has taken off. He's in a place where the disbelief that I can't do anymore because I've been rooted into trying.
So what's the first time you met him?
With who?
Joaquin.
Joaquin was when we were doing, he was nominated with me when we were doing, he was nominated for Walk the Line. I was nominated for Hustle and Flow. So we were in the whole circuit.
That's the first
together.
time.
That's the first time.
Did you guys ever do anything together?
Nope.
Never have?
Nope.
Dude,
it was me,
this
him,
stuff
Heath
is-
Ledger. He was in the run with us. It was Philip Seymour Hoffman running with us.
That's the same What
and
four
two of those
names?
people
That's crazy.
are dead now.
I know. Heath
out
and
of
Phillip.
the 5, yeah.
Wow.
Out of the 5, that was us. So, there's a short life in
Why
the
do you
acting
think
world.
that is with the creative side?
Well, because losing out money, you got to take drugs. You're going through so much shit to try and deal with life. You are literally, it's an unhealthy space. And so eventually you're going to go too far, Who knows what happened to Phillip? Who knows what Heath had to do in order to get to where he was at? There's a lot of things that people do that end up sitting and they can't get over it. And they got to keep getting high, hoping to get it out of their head. But when you lose your man card.
Hello?
That's the only thing I can think of. You lose your damn man card.
What is?
Oh, shit.
What do you mean by that?
You give up your ability, your right to being a man. A man don't take it. A man gives it.
Oh,
so when
no.
You give up that.
Oh, no. A man don't take it. He give it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A man's butt.
That man card. You don't get that back.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that has always been pushing through. Like if a woman gives up her womanly right of being a mother and taking care of her family and do all those things, when you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it.
Yikes.
That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Got punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man.
Oh, boy.
So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there because they get fluid. And next thing you know, once
not fluid, nigga.
It's gone.
Not fluid. Hold on, nigga. Not fluid.
You don't have any foundation to pull yourself back from. So maintain your man card, no matter what.
Wowzers.
Man, I mean, one of the things you're seeing, you went to a whole different place.
Sorry.
No, I get it. So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head.
Wowzers.
They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card.
Oh, no.
You need therapy.
Oh, no.
And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any...
Oh, wow. Oh, boy. It's a good thing you don't want to do movies no more because they ain't going to let you.
Principles there are, and that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place, what benefit is that if I lose my integrity? You got to go in as a principal. And what we were brought in here as men. We produce 1,500 sperm per heartbeat for a reason, because the aggression is necessary. You don't trade that in, no matter what.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while.
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
No,
I like that.
I'll go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you.
swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Oh no. Oh no. Hey Diddy, are you gay, bro?
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
That's what my assistant said. I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands-off with somebody. A number of producers come in to make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you like, or looking at you like you're a woman.
Hey nigga, hey nigga, what the fuck? Who the fuck you looking at, nigga? Don't be cutting your eyes at me, nigga. Terrence Howard out here got to catch fades over his butt, nigga. This is wild.
You know, when you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room. And that's always been my whole thing, and have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way.
Oh boy, nigga. Don't let this light skin and these light eyes fool you. I'm not getting fucked by any of y'all niggas in this room.
I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit because the man card means everything.
I had no idea we're going to go this direction with the podcast.
Can't say I did either. Hey, Patrick Bet David, did you try to fuck this nigga before the show? Because he kind of got that energy like, hey, nigga, ain't none of y'all niggas, I'm not fucking none of you niggas.
This is absolute. But listen, we've talked about it. We've had a lot of the guys on to talk about this stuff. Are you done with Hollywood because of this specific reason?
I'm still working. I still, I haven't made the money necessary to do all of the other stuff. So I still have to go and do the Chitlin circuit. I still have to do the job that I need to. But eventually, I've done what I set out to do, which was to redefine the universe. I've proven what I've set out to do, and that's why I have all the patents. Whether they evaluate it or not, that's up to them. But I've done the work and finished it. Now I can go on and do whatever else we need to do. And I've appreciated you being here and talking to you in a big way. So thank you for coming and sharing your understanding and helping me and understanding how they see the universe. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, because I don't see it that way.
You know what's the best part about this? That you guys don't know each other.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I told you we may have somebody, but I never gave you a name.
Never did.
Until you came here, you guys met, so you did not know this was going to take place. I'm glad the connection was made. I'm sure you guys will exchange information and go. Yes. I mean, if there's somebody that's credible enough to help you in this journey as well, it's Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu, I appreciate you for coming out.
Man, shout out to Dr. Yu.
This was fantastic. Now I know you're here, so we will invite you in the future as well, because we're going to need it as we're going through other conversations. And Terrence, we're going to keep you posted on things we hear, and anybody that wants to go and get in contact with Terrence as well. The website's been given. We're going to put the link to the website below as well. Any final thoughts you have, Terrence, before we wrap up?
No, I'm saying do a proper evaluation. Don't just talk shit. Do the evaluation, do the work, and then talk. After you've evaluated it.
Dr. Yu?
I just want to say the universe is actually not that complicated. If you understand the fundamental principle, starting from electron is a binary magnet, and you can solve, you can understand the entire
on the dead homies.
I love it. Appreciate you guys for coming on. This was absolutely fantastic. Thank you for your time. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Terrence Howard. I'm an actor, but in the field of science also. So if you would like to connect with me, you can connect with me on Minect. The QR code is down below, and let's have a great conversation.
It's gonna cost me $12,000 to talk to you for 15 minutes, you bitch ass nigga. I gotta pay $12,000 to talk to this nigga for 15 minutes. And all he gonna do is talk about, oh, I know how to conjugate waves. Nigga, you better motherfucking learn how to give me a refund. Conjugate these nuts, nigga. This nigga come in the room always zesty and wonder why every nigga was trying to fuck. Nigga, you ever seen how you be looking? You be looking like a whole ass gay man. I can't believe Puffy thought my asshole was open for business. Nigga, did you not come in the room with green eyes and a perm? Bro, I can't stand when niggas be playing dumb, bro. He said he was strapped for cash, Josu. That nigga was like, the whole time he was like, I don't act no more. Then he gets to that, oh no, I'm still acting this shit because I ain't got all the funding for this yet. Right. AKA,
I'm broke, nigga, I'm broke.
I've seen Terrence Howard in so many fucking roles where I'm like, damn, bro, you be coming across as zesty. So yeah, I believe Diddy saw you with them green eyes, that perm, and that peanut butter skin, and that nigga was trying to fuck. Nigga, I'm low-key gonna raise $12,000 so I call this nigga for 15 minutes and then file a charge back. Nigga, somebody stole my debit card. Why the fuck would I pay $12,000 to talk to this nigga for 15 minutes? Charge that back, nigga. This was an unauthorized charge. Yeah, that shit was unauthorized, nigga. I didn't authorize that shit. This nigga, bro. Put it in the AI. Put it in the AI. What the AI say? All this shit wrong because it starts off with 1 times 1 equal 2. Untenable, nigga. Oh my. And then Puffy just got shrapnel at the end of this motherfucker, nigga. All that shit going on, then all of a sudden, nigga, and Puffy tried to fuck. Wait, what happened? Puffy, you better send that nigga some money. Cause he's getting ready to make the rounds. Cause now people gonna want to start interviewing him just to talk to him about Puffy trying to fuck you, nigga. You about to get this nigga back in the, bro. You about to get him back in the algorithm, Puffy, for other than being an idiot scientist. A mad scientist. He's getting ready to go from that back to just like, nigga, controversy, nigga. Nigga, $800 is a really, really good mini vacation. 3 to 4 day mini vacation somewhere not far from where you stay, where you ain't got to get on no plane and that. Nigga, you can have you a good ass lick for $800. Damn. Shrapnel for Diddy, bro. Yeah, that nigga Diddy try to fuck. Wait, what did you say? Yeah, nigga. Nah, you don't give up your manhood. Wait, what are you talking about? A man's butt, nigga.
A man giveth, he don't take it. Wait, what? that shit, bro. I told you, Terrence Howard, the king of the left turn, nigga. When all else fails with Terrence, go left. I low-key want to see an interview with motherfucking Kanye and Terrence Howard. That might be the greatest interview the world's ever seen. I can't even blame Patrick Bet David on doing that, because it ain't like he clickbaited that nigga. That was a savage left turn on Diddy. That nigga just out of nowhere was like, yeah, nigga, and them niggas going over Diddy house. Wait, what happened? Yeah, nigga, Diddy try to fuck me, nigga. I ain't let none of them niggas bend me over. Bend you over? And Dr. U just sitting there. You take the neutron and proton. Nigga, Diddy try to fuck me, nigga. Shut up. Nigga, Kanye, Terrence, and Orlando, nigga. Oh, my Lord. Whoever put it on their YouTube channel is getting their channel banned. Them three niggas is going to ensure that your channel get banned off the internet. Kanye just in the interview just randomly called niggas faggot. Yeah, and that faggot wrong about protons and neutrons. And I'm with Terrence. This is some white man scientist shit. Fucking Jews done did this science. Yeah, Terrence is right. Like, Kanye, what are you doing? Oh my, yeah. I might need to see that myself. But Kanye might catch the fade, because Kanye gonna be sitting there with a Sean John shirt on, so that shit gonna be awkward. Iced out swastika with a Sean John, nigga. Come on in. I don't know if I can enter a domicile of any type if a nigga answers the door with a Sean John shirt and a swastika on. I don't give a fuck if it's Kanye. Just that feels like a setup. Hey, nigga, who else in there with you? Oh my goodness, bro. Terrence, you done made me be on for fucking 5 hours with this fuck shit, nigga. I don't want to see you debate no more scientists, nigga. NASA nigga Jedi mind tricked you into agreeing with some shit, so we're done here. And 1 times 1 equals 1, nigga. Period. One thing, one time, one. Do something. Oh my God. I'm speechless. These niggas have rendered me speechless. I'm rendered speechless, nigga. I ain't gonna lie to you. This nigga was like, academics is here. Hold on, let me slip into something more comfortable. Act will do anything for clout, nigga. And Diddy will do anything for that butt, apparently. Terrence like, yeah, my sister was like, I think he trying to fuck you. What? That's an awkward conversation, nigga. Kanye really wore a Black Klan outfit this week. That's crazy. Hey, and DJ Academics them trying to give me a strike over that video. It ain't gonna happen. I'm so sure of them niggas. If I have to file a counter notification, that's the warning I've given all you big corporations. If I have to file any counter notification, I'm going all the way. There's nothing, you can drop the strike all you want. I'm still suing you. It's gonna be too late. Suge, yeah, I'm on my way out. Just got done with this Terrence Howard foolishness. And Diddy try to fuck Terrence Howard. I mean, I couldn't have ended the interview any better. This interview couldn't have ended any better for me. I'm satisfied. A nigga satisfied. Sweetie! Sweetie! Well, great morning, Kendra. I'm glad you made it here at the time you did, past the diabolicalness. I didn't find, I don't know why I was supposed to find Kanye in that Klansman outfit offensive. Like, if you don't understand what he means, that shit wasn't offensive to me. It would only have been offensive to me if he was talking about he wants to be like the Klan and run around, start killing niggas. That's when it would have been offensive. But with all the shit he was saying, like, it wasn't offensive to me. I still think he's out of pocket for attacking other people like that. But again, I told everybody, hurt people hurt people. And he's clearly hurt by them people that he swore was family. He found out that was just some industry shit. So, you know, I don't agree with being a hurt person hurting somebody, but I won't pretend to not understand where they are coming from. I do. And I want Kanye to get all that hate out of his heart before he ends up just another nigga. I just don't want Kanye to go. Kanye is actually in tune with the Lord in ways that I just don't want him to end up going to hell just for his whole revenge thing that he's trying to masquerade as him. Well, God takes vengeance, and since I'm like of God and I'm God's son, then I'm allowed to take the vengeance. No, that's not how that's written, bro. Because that's how he tried to say that shit, but it ain't written like that. And you gaslighting the scripture to try to put it that way. It's very clear. Treat others as you want to be treated. And that's regardless. A lot of people think that once you treat somebody how you want to be treated, if they don't treat you that same way, then you'll excuse yourself to start doing fucked up shit to them. And that's not what it says. It says treat others as you want to be treated. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Like, you're supposed to let that shit go, and you ain't supposed to be a bad person just to another motherfucker just because they are. Don't ever be. That doesn't mean you can't tell the truth on a motherfucker, no shit like that, but you can't use any type of evil tactics to tear them down. Said Kanye ain't got no hands. I don't think Kanye could. I don't think he do either. But I wouldn't be surprised if Kanye always got that hammer on him. It just seems like he might. And then he made academics motherfucking the nigga with academics carry that Klan suit that he took it out of the bag to make this nigga carry it downstairs, and then in front of everybody he gonna give academics a White Lives Matter shirt. Like, I mean, that nigga trolled and clowned the fuck out of academics, bro, and a lot of people just missed that part. I'm like, this nigga motherfucking trolled the shit out of this nigga. But then again, I'm probably lying. Say goodnight to your boy. We got 3 hoodies left. We'll see if it makes it till Monday. Shout out to the other 7 folk. You should be getting a package this week. Right on, Leonard. That's love. I just know, bro, I refuse to let something as shocking as a Klan outfit not let me listen to a motherfucker, because sometimes that be the nigga point. Kanye proves that point a lot, where it's like, you not gonna listen to what he actually say because of the Klan shit, the Klan outfit. Choose Compassion, Leonard, Joe, Sue, Janice, Kendra, KS Dub, Should. What did Terrence, the mathematical genius, do now? Get cooked? He got his, that little Asian NASA nigga came in and cooked his ass, nigga. Shout out to Dr. U. He came in there, bro. He's a good teacher because he cooked that nigga without him really knowing he was getting cooked. Trending, Lennox, Lana, Scott Johnson, everybody. Y'all niggas in the bushes. Y'all niggas sleep. He room, that nigga sleep. I've had a lot of fun tonight. I done had a lot of fun tonight. Brick Baby and motherfucking Loose Cannon PC'd up. These are wild times, nigga. These are wild times. Joy, we up out of this motherfucker, man. This has been a fun week, bro. It's been, bro, I done had so many, bro, I done did a lot of hours this week. I love it. I love it. My mother-in-law is doing better. Continue to pray for her, pray for my family. We'll do the same for y'all. God is great. He is. Don't believe me?
So how do you want to do it? You want to
You want to move the couch?
Yeah, let's just move the couch.
All right.
We should just stand right here. We should just...
Come on, Ye, what you having me move this couch for? Listen here, Ye. What about Jay?
What about Jay-Z? Fuck Jay-Z. See, it's so funny that I blew up on my own. So Watch the Throne, it came about like, this nigga ill, and I'ma ride the wave.
Yeah. What about Miley Cyrus, bro?
Sweet Life of Zack and Cody may have been one of the best Disney shows ever. I never watched Hannah Montana because you can't have the best of both worlds, because that look like what you trying to do right now. Who made that sweater? A white man. Who made those pants? A white man. Rick Owens, white man, but it's all black. You playing both sides.
Yeah.
Where you Sean John at? When the last time you bought some Yeezys?
It's been a few years, Jay.
You an industry plant, just like the rest of these niggas. Isn't that so funny? Most of these rap niggas is slaves. Emmett Till was killed for whistling to a white woman, allegedly. So why the fuck would Joel Santana go make the whistle song? sent you to hit somebody with a baton in the head. Look intentional. I wouldn't do nothing like that ever. I would never inflict pain on anybody. I'm not the type of person. I would never do that to nobody. You have to believe me. Why would I do that to somebody? If you look at the footage, you will see that I'm innocent. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that type of, I'm not a monster.
Hate that you said he wasn't a top 10 quarterback? Hate that you said he couldn't throw the ball? Hate that he got over when push came to shove? Hate that he always say the right thing?
Money is nice, championships are better.
Hate that in your all-knowing, armchair wisdom, you were sure he'd come up short. Hate that you got it wrong?
Y'all bitches always worried about what they doing, who they fucking, what they got going on. Worry about.
I sat there and watched your ass eat a whole meal for $5. You had a fucking box of pizza, a slab of ribs with a side of large fries, but ain't offered me shit though. After I just got you from the hospital last night. Oh, that shit ain't scare you, huh? But you just want to keep stuffing shit down your mouth.
I just want to go back.
You want somebody to feel sorry, but you keep eating honey buns and shit under your bed. Yeah, I saw you last night trying to sneak them under there. I don't know how you got down, but I saw you.
Where?
Where? What the fuck you mean where? Oh, your big ass wanna play slow. All right. Tell me what the fuck this is, then, right here. Honey buns and shit. Oatmeal cream pie. What else you got under this motherfucker? Twinkies and shit.
Stop yelling at me!
Stop yelling at you. Your kids in this bitch hungry. Ain't eating shit. And you say, all right, no extra shit up, man. I ain't feeding your big ass no more, dog.
Hey, baby. Me and the kids about to go to Burger King. You want something?
Y'all see it. Yep. That's what it is. Best hands in the world. Y'all be playing with me. Come taste it yourself. See all that butter? Deliciousness. Y'all want to know the secret so bad about it? Look. A little bit more. A little bit more.
And this is why big backing is an epidemic. This is why big backing is an epidemic. I had to take a shot of insulin. Get some insulin from somebody else to finish watching this video. Y'all swear y'all be cooking. You got a whole 40-pound bag of sugar on 3 pans of yams. Talking about you see it. We see it. We see diabetes. We see gout, cavities in all teeth, hypertension, headaches, limb amputations, the big arm disease. I don't know what they call it, but just big arms. And if you can spread sugar like that, it's too much. Talking about it in a little bit more. That's enough. Jesus said that was enough. It's more than enough. It's abundant. You cooking up disease at this point. I wouldn't eat them yams with somebody else's mouth. We gotta do better. We gotta stop this mess.
God is great. We got one more day, fool.
Yo, what's going on, boys? How are you?
Yo, dab me up.
Hey, all right, damn. What part of the city are you from?
Yo,
what's up?
there, brother.
Hey,
yeah.
What's up?
Yeah.
You guys ready for this?
Take this.
Oh, all right, sick. Why don't you guys come inside?
Don't ski.
These are the guys.
I'm Octavius Gray. And I'm Steve. Steve LeVois. It's okay, I have vape in here, right?
the mood right? If you are, baby, I'm looking so fly. Sunset rooftop, yeah, that's nice, right? Hop in the G-class, I know you need that. Heart racing fast like the speed of light. Is this attraction, or is it the moonlight? You want satisfaction, but only for one night. This could be real love, but you've been broken, and I just want you to see what I can be for you. 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 You got me wrapped up in your love.
Barely.
Peace out, Lon. Peace out, Scott.
Making my heart feel this way, yeah, yeah. And I'll treat you so damn special. What you did, who you were with, I don't care about those days. When I'm with you, I won't complain. Share your success and heartbreaks. Yeah, you know I stay by your side. Never leave you dissatisfied. But I need you to let me know. Is this attraction, or is it the moonlight? You want satisfaction, but only for one night. This could be real love, but you've been broken, and I just want you to see.
Man, I'm hungry as fuck. Let's go get some
what
food.
I can be for you. What 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 I can be for you. Baby girl, it's just one night. Yeah, baby girl, it's just one night. Oh, yeah, it's just one night. Yeah, baby girl, it's just one night. Yeah, girl, it's just one night. Yeah, baby girl, it's just one night. Oh, yeah, it's just one night. Yeah, baby girl, it's just one night. Crushed it.
God is great, man. I'm so utterly blessed. And no matter what your situation is, so are you. Don't forget that part.
Greg, I gotta go.
You got it,
I don't
Jess.
want to hurt myself.
You got a pee? It's all right.
No,
You
you
got it,
gotta
Jess.
go. You gotta go, girl.
Let go.
I don't even want to fall.
Turn to the side.
You're okay.
You're
Just
good.
land right on that booty, girl. Just put your legs out
Turn
and
to the
pull on
side.
your booty.
Jess, you're amazing. You
got it.
You got it. You got it. Turn to the side. Just let go and turn. Like you're laying in bed.
Yep. Like you're jumping onto your bed on your side.
Just let go and turn to the side. Shut your eyes.
You got it, my love.
Just turn to the side.
You're okay. Have fun.
I've never
Ain't
even
no
heard-
birds chirping here. It's storming.
I've never even heard of him.
I'm petty.